alright. Welcome back, one and all, to more Sunless Skies. When last we left off, we had begun to explore around the dark skies of Eleutheria. We had hit up a little bit of Caduceus. We had explored the infinite, seemingly infinite at least, reaches of Lanely Hall. We had poked into Achelous and discovered a bit of the secrets of the Midnight. And we took a brief stop at the House of Rod and Chains, where we encountered the Rubbermen. Some of their London compatriots, as well as some of their more feral types. Also, we met the Halved over here. By met, I mean we saw it staring at us and skirted a bit away. just a little bit. Almost like it was causing us unimaginable terror. Speaking of unimaginable terror, the unimaginable terror we have at the moment. Yeah. 53%. Oh yeah, that's right. And we found the wreck of the Behringer. And did some neat mask stuff there. Because that's always a joy. Masks. Masks indeed. So yeah. What were we doing right now is a fantastic question. Aha. Okay. So yes, here's where we stand. We were going to find the Eagle's Empyrean, which is south of Pan. And we were also going to try to find Pernassi, east-northeast of Pan. East-northeast. East-northeast, eh? If we're east-northeast, like that away, because that's northeast, that's east, so northeast would be somewhere along here to here? Yeah, somewhere either in this expanse, or if it's further afield off that way. Okay, we'll do that first, because I figure south is going to be the easy one to find. It's just there. This one might be the trickier one to find, so... Also, we have those cage catches in our deal, so yeah. Let us head off and look for such. But hello, one and all. I hope everyone is having a fantastic evening. I'll just note, thank you, Remy, for the offline follow, like a few hours ago. Thank you very much. Follows are always appreciated. Return and report reports. Actually, a fantastic question. We might have. Okay, we did. Cool. As for our terror, fuck if I know what to do about it here. We'll, cross that bridge once we get there. By that I mean maybe there's some stuff we can kill that'll help reduce matters. Hi. You know exactly what I was talking about, but I'll take the free wood. Smash myself against the wall, I guess. Yeah, as you'll note, enemies tend to stray pretty close to Pan. Gotta be aware of that, I'm remembering. Lutheria is a dangerous place, and around the center hub is no exception. Let's see here. Northeast, east, northeast. Get more east. Almost to another level up, too, which is nice. The ruins of Tartaron, where many roads ended. And for the scraps you plundered from their library. Sure, it's fine. Anyways. Bat, please don't give me this place. Okay, it didn't give me this place, it gave me some place over there. That requires a save. Oh, the big one, big one, big one, big one. It's like, that needed to die then. Bull can Tankerai can hurt. We've very much seen this in the past. Nope, 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 nope. Excellent. My nightmares, not so excellent. Knows what you might find. Oh, god damn it, the damn partial success. Yeah, we can't afford to get even. We can't afford to get 15 terror. As you clamber back aboard, you see the relief on their faces. You leave the dowser, and anything that survives in its lightless corridors to the cold sky. Damn you, game. Just trying to repair, you fiend. If only I find something that would help reduce my terror, but oh no, that'd be too easy. That'd be too easy. Do I risk it again? Yes is the answer. Yes is the answer. As I just boosted my terror like crazy, just trying to repair. Your crew works by lamplight, prying plates from the engine's skin, while trying to avoid looking into the interior. They do not want to know what crimes the dowsers did in the dark. I don't think this is what we're looking for, but should be on a generalist track. It's fine. Just probably go crazy. It's like, it's fine, it's fine. We'll just go mad. Please, find me something that'll help me, Bat. More repairs. More repairs. Godspeed, the Erica. Godspeed, eh? Let's see if we can find a port. Because technically, new port means a terror reduction, too. which is another of my gambits at this current point. Has to be at this current point. Princess sits in the only galley, her teeth white in the dark. Invigorating, isn't it? She whispers. Termites stalk her engine. But the captivating princess is not fazed by such matters. He looks forward toward Presley. This place makes my eyes itch. Our captain is signaling declares the crew are relieved at the thought of solid land. Well, I'm down to 61 at least, so that's something at least. It'll take what I can get. And sell a couple of these catches. What do you trade? Ooh, you're the one that trades gemstones. No food or fuel can be bought, though. There's barely enough to keep the chaplains fed, and they have no interest in making it easier to leave. This is a prison, after all. Yes, it is. We might be buying some of that in a moment, because it'll be going towards a good cause. First things first, we have another faucet to take. We're just getting more and more fails options. Bell tolls. So I guess we're going to have to take a Veils one by this point because we're just being crowded with Veils. Being absolutely crowded with them. Trying to decide between these ones. There's the death tolls, which is... You have foreseen your own death. It did not please you. Do like this one. And in bed? Death in bed? Death for bankers and laborers, not for one who ride the winds. Let's go with... Don't want to be a seance, to be honest. So let's go with rubbery inclinations. The rubbery men are the least fortunate of London citizens. Squid-faced, mournful, incomprehensible, despised. They clustered in rookeries and alleys, singing in gloomy, fluting voices of exile. Their lost hope. Why did you associate with them? To learn their shapely arts. It is said the rubbery men can knead flesh, knit cartilage, and bend bones. They have not always looked like this. Jump our mirrors up a little bit. And jump up our Veils to 41. Would rather like to focus on some of the other deals, but Seance just, it's like, this I can sort of just, this I can justify fitting. Seance I can't, really. But anyways... The Niobe Seclusion, a mansion of immense size, surrounded by acres of neatly kept garden. It is tranquil here. In fact, it appears utterly devoid of life. The prison and the cottage. Polyhedric sculptures. The dimensions I wateredly off. Grass of uniform color and uniform length. Placid canals, crisscrossed at right angles, all bisected by a pale gravel path, leading to the door of a broad ivy-shrouded mansion. Only its lack of windows betrays Perensi as a prison. Utter silence, bar the crunching of gravel beneath your feet. As you approach, you take note of a tiny cottage, incongruously nestled beside the mansion, like a louse. A curtain twitches. Enter the cottage. The prison is locked, but the cottage door swings open at your approach. The chaplains. The only sound in the cottage is that of a teaspoon clinking against porcelain. A group of brown-robed figures turn to regard you. One, gray-haired, great-eyed, offers you tea. "We are the chaplains," she says. "Our role is to help inmates reach egress. You must understand, none may leave Perensi unaltered." "We can be your guide," pipes another. "2 tours per visit. Choose your chaperone, and take care to follow the rules. Perensi is a treacherous sport, and not amenable to low-level visitors. Be wary." Can ask the deal. "Why do you need a guide? The windowless prison is large, but surely it can be mapped." A choice, a gambit. The gray-eyed woman sips her tea. "Do not attempt to judge size or distance here. Perensi is unmapped and unmappable. There are only a few areas we know how to reach. I'll show you the statue garden," says the bearded chaplain with kind eyes, "where I help prisoners achieve redemption. I know the warrens." Beneath the shadows of the third chaplain's hood, you glimpse a slithery mass of disturbed flesh. He says nothing more. The final chaplain wears round spectacles, but his eyes are gone. His grin threatens to break free of his face. Come with me, come with me. Oh, please, I am so very bored." Like, we have our options. Choose the gallant reformer as your guide. A chaplain with an amiable smile and gray-streaked hair. Choose the glistening deformer as your guide. His hood hides the worst of him. Choose the gray conformer as your guide. Gray hair, gray eyes, and a gray expression. More cement than steel. Choose the glib performer as your guide. Eyes like coal pits, incongruous, above a broad and delighted smile. Or leave the cottage. You've not yet completed 2 tours of Perensi, but you can come back later. The chaplains offer you a chorus of polite goodbyes. Let us choose the great conformer. Sure. Into Perensi. Very well. With marionette's precision, she puts aside her tea and fetches an iron lamp from a high shelf. "I will guide you to the best of my ability." You follow her out of the cottage, up the gravel path, to the doorstep of Perensi. Footprints are worn into the stone. She takes an ornate silver key from her pocket, and when the door is unlocked, she holds it open for you. The conformer follows you into the dark. The rules of Peronsi. Peronsi is, of course, bigger on the inside. The conformer's lamplight stretches only so far. You catch sight of dizzy spiral stairways, columns clad in chains, walls grooved by trickling water. The conformer strides ahead, carefully pointing out where you must duck your head or watch your step. After a few minutes, you're halted by some toppled scaffolding. Peronsi has 3 rules, says the chaplain, helping you climb over the obstacle. The penalty for breaking them is incarceration. And the unwritten 4th rule is that chaplains are forbidden from explaining them to visitors. So I'm afraid you must discover them yourself. Tread carefully in the meantime. Continue following the conformer. We go to the depths. The prisoner's lamps. Further into the prison, you begin to see inmates. Faint lights shuffling across distant bridges. Hunched figures with lamps chained to their wrists. Those lamps impose a distortion of distance, says the conformer in a monotone. A prisoner's proximity to the exit is determined by how much they have changed since they entered. The more they change, the closer they are to freedom. Some are more mutable than others, and severity of sentence may vary. The conformer raises her lamp over a cavernous well. Light does not reach the bottom. Those cast into the deepest reaches must change beyond all recognition. The flooded cellars. You follow the conformer down staircase after winding staircase, finally reaching a maze of flooded tunnels. The walls bristle with fierce black mold. The water is opaque. You can't see your feet. Here, the most deeply condemned wallow, says the conformer, like the servitor, too inflexible to change on its own. A twig-limbed creature slumps in the corner, raising its head only fractionally at her words. She wades past it without a second glance. Write a port report. Ask the Great Conformer to tell you what she knows of Peronsi, politely, or she'll just instruct you on etiquette instead. Eavesdrop on the Conformer's questions. She has cornered some shivering prisoners, and is interrogating them with a precision and patience more unnerving than any rage. See a picture of the inside of Peronsi right here. Peronsi I'm actually not terribly familiar with, in that I really don't exactly remember it much at all, except that it was a prison. Approach the brittle servitor. Oh, pardon me. Its face, or mask, is expressionless porcelain. Its lamp is shackled to its limbs, and are twisted and blackened, like burnt wood. Leave Peronsi. My business here is concluded. The conformer does not quite smile. The conformer's questions. When did you last feel anger, regret, grief? Why are you condemned? What did you do wrong? Would you prefer to forget? She listens to each answer with the barest hint of revulsion. As the prisoners pour out their hearts, they start to look puzzled. Most fall silent. Some try to keep going, talking circular nonsense. They seem to be forgetting their stories as they speak them. When the prisoners finally trail off in confusion, She delivers her advice. Shuck your memories. Abandon emotions. Vacate your soul. Alright, poor report. The flooded cellars. By its very nature, Pronsi is impossible to measure, so I apologize in advance. My best attempts will only be broad estimates, says the conformer. We keep at least 12 and perhaps more than 600,000 prisoners. Including the gardens, the exterior is 22 square miles in size. The interior cannot be measured conventionally. For some prisoners, it is the size of an island. For others, a continent. What of the prisoners? Any new arrivals? Any recently released? How do they feel about their imprisonment? What were they punished for? She shrugs. She can only offer her vague measurements. Approach the brittle servitor. Even as you step closer, you cannot tell if it's wearing a mask, or if its face is made of porcelain. Luminous eels swim around its feet, but they vanish when you look at them directly. The lesser being has come to offer obeisance. Its voice issues from a clay urn slung across its back. Its words are the thudding echo of a stone bell, or perhaps to marvel at the disgrace of its superior. This servitor lacks the malleability to escape the aberrant twins' prison. Will the lesser being assist its superior? You agree to help the servitor. The reward for freeing something so ancient and puissant should make its arrogance bearable. Refuse to help the servitor. It needs to work on its people skills. Ah, yes, it needs to work on its people skills. What do I want to do is an excellent question, to be perfectly honest. I'm worried about these unwritten rules because, yeah. Unwritten, untold rules at the moment that could lead to our incarceration, which seems unideal? Seems unideal, to say the least. Sure, we might as well hear out what it says. What do you need, O servitor? The brittle servitor. The lesser being will travel to the house of rods and chains, says the brittle servitor. It will petition the aberrant twin through its intermediary in the belfry. It will demand the servitor's freedom and a recompense for 2 centuries of inconvenience. My business here is included. Outside Prancy, the conformer marches silently up an endless spiraling stairway, not looking back to see if you're at her heels. When you finally leave the confines of Prancy, the sky seems decently wide. The conformer wishes you well in her leaden voice, and returns to the cottage. You've completed a tour of Prancy. The chaplains will only allow 2 tours at a time, before they temporarily close the prison to visitors. Though we could choose the same person, we wouldn't necessarily want to. Let us go for the gallant reformer. He reminds you that this is your last tour of the day. Into Prancy. The gallant reformer nods, pulling aside his tea and fetching an old iron lamp from a high shelf. Once more onto the breach, he says with a tired smile. You follow him out of the cottage, up the gravel path, to the doorstep of Piranesi. Yes, Subline. Footprints are worn into the stone. He has no key. He simply knocks on the grand oak door, and it opens. There is nothing and no one on the other side. You follow the reformer into the dark. You stroll with the reformer through a forest of jutting stone limbs and impassive heads. A haunting refrain echoes. Somewhere, someone is playing the flute. Miscellaneous items scatter the floor. A sledgehammer, a toy soldier, a spinning wheel, a half-eaten jar of honey, a canvas. Perhaps discarded by previous prisoners. Perhaps provided to provoke or inspire change among those still entombed. Change needn't be bad, says the reformer. I try to help the prisoners improve themselves. Shall we begin? The reformer rings a bronze bell. Prisoners gather like fireflies. Follow the sound of the flute. You come upon a woman, or something shaped similarly to a woman, in a long brown coat and hat. Report with the reformer 8. Shall we begin? Sure. Dialogues with the unredeemed. The reformer moves between prisoners, fixing them one by one with an inescapable stare. For each, he has questions. What are your regrets? What suffering have you caused? Answer honestly. It's the only way you can escape. After that, the questions become specific, forensic. When the prisoner runs out of words, he quickly moves on and subjects another to his relentless interrogation. When he comes to the 5th prisoner, he steps back and nudges you. Your turn. Let's see here. I do kind of want to ask about the rules. Can you get punished for asking about... Are the rules to not ask about the rules? Because that would be horrible. That would be terribly awkward. Sorry, also just making sure things are working properly. Which I think they are. Not sure what I've stumbled upon, but I'm checking to make sure it continues because, for obvious reasons, I would rather not have to deal with nonsense. Let's see here. Could do that. A cautionary tale. Like, we have our options. There's that, there's this one. Wait the prisoner to repent. Not necessarily change for the better. A cautionary tale. Tell the prisoner a horrifying story of what happens to those who fail to correct their sins. Rapport with the reformer. As you reach a particular grisly part of your story, Color drains from the prisoner's face. "I'll be good," she promises fervently. "You can stop with the details." The reformer claps a hand on your shoulders and chuckles softly. "Oh, you in the jail? Hello, Cybershot. Yes, I am in a jail. Not as a prisoner, thankfully. Just here as a guest, I do suppose. For now. Worried about saying the wrong thing and suddenly not being just a guest, but I'm trying to avoid that. Also, my terror is ridiculous. But hello, welcome, Cyber. Good to see you. Just don't break the rules. I don't even know the rules at the moment, which makes it all the more horrifying. Let's see here. She sits atop a stone idol, where 4 paths cross. Her legs crossed beneath her long brown coat. Her hat is pulled low, covering her eyes. The reformer introduces you. This is the venerable flautist, the oldest prisoner of Paransi. She has been here for centuries. And how has she changed in that time? She pauses her too. Well, she says cheerfully, "I have managed to learn the flute." Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Having any of that, but we need a friendship with the flautist. Recent releases. Back watching, he seems unwilling to speak to the flutist himself. Tell her a story. She's eager for tall tales from the outside world. Let's see here. Everything's still working properly. Yeah, okay. Cool. Glad I don't seem to be having any issues at the moment, at least. I don't want to speak too ahead of myself, but because that'd be silly. But don't think we have too much of an issue. Okay, yeah. Just gonna have to trust that things continue well. Tell her a story. Eager for tall tales from the outside world. Hey, reduce terror. Yay, I needed that. Words for the flutist. A lovely tale. She plays you a tune quite incongruous with the bleak architecture of Bronzy. It brings of honey and sunshine, and fills you with brandy warmth. Bond with her has expanded. Do have a friendship now. Ask her about the rules of Paranasi. She's been here longer than anyone. She must have worked out the rules by now. The second rule. I know the rules, says the flutist, but I'll only tell you the second. Don't give names to the nameless. Alright, so don't give out our names. Good to know. Good to know. Hey, I know one of the rules now. Seems unwilling to speak to them themselves. Alright, I guess we're done here. Follow close, says the reformer. Don't let your guard down until we're outside. Outside Paranasi. The reformer pauses beside an unlit candelabra and pulls it like a lever. A section of wall rumbles aside, revealing a staircase. A shortcut, he explains. Soon enough, you've left the confines of Paranasi, and the sky seems distantly wide. The reformer returns to his cottage, patting you amicably on the shoulder as he leaves your side. You've completed your second tour of Haransi. Leave the cottage. You've completed your 2 tours of Haransi. As you exit, you hear the door lock behind you. Alright, and... the chaplain's cottage is dark and empty, and your lock goes unanswered. Yep, you're closed out at the moment. But accompany the feline eccentric to the gardens. As she climbs from your locomotive, her cats spring down after her and follow you along the path. She said that you would learn about them here, and why she can't be rid of them. Oh look, the creepy cats want to hang out here. Okay, let's consider this. Don't forget, cats. Quote unquote. Cats. The eccentric tells her tale. I answered Piranesi as something else. Something vast and inhuman. Something tired. In my nightmares, I remember a cold court. Piranesi equals Fortress of Suffering. Certainly seems suffering, yeah. Countless statues. I remember the dead prostrate before me as I pronounce sentence. She shudders. I wasn't kind. X-Scene was in here. Maybe. I don't know enough about the Fortress of Suffering yet to make a decision, but maybe. You certainly come out changed. Hexane certainly came out changed out of the Fortress of Suffering, that's for certain. Piranesi changes you, but it's merciless. I cut off those parts of myself that were false, and laid them on the protean altars. I outwitted the facemonger, and chose a countenance of my own. I hold my better self through the labyrinth of names. I defied the judgment of the moon's locks, and they opened. I emerged, new, raw, happy, the person, more or less, that I'd chosen to be. But the cats came too. She scowls at one, which is clawing at a sapling. I have my suspicions about them. She stops. A stern, gray-haired woman is watching you both from beside one of the sculptures. We don't get many return visitors, the woman remarks. Tea? She leads you to a little cottage. The conformer is stern and brusque, but fascinated by the eccentric and her cats. She brews you strong, dark tea and peppers your officer with questions. Ask about getting rid of the eccentric's cats. Is it really impossible, as the eccentric claims? You're contemplating a cup of very stewed tea. The changes of Haransi. Oh yes, you can't cast them aside any more than you could cast aside your shadow. They are vestiges of that version of you that entered Piranesi long ago. Vestiges you chose not to keep. For some reason, they followed you out. Perhaps the old you was not cast deep enough into Piranesi. He was notably stubborn. You see, the eccentric says to you, I'm stuck with them. Of course, the conformer says, slurping her tea loudly, they could choose to leave you. Wait, what? The eccentric's head whips around to face her. Why didn't you bloody say so? Cats are creepy because they're part of her. Yeah, part of her that she got rid of because they were parts of her she no longer wanted to deal with. The conform. Wait, that's the same. Inquire about convincing the cats to leave. The conformer said that the cats could choose to leave the eccentric. Perhaps they can be encouraged to do so. Mind me, do you have the princess? Yes. Yes, I do. I've not delved into her story much of anything, but I do have the princess, and I am somewhat aware of the captivating princess courtesy of Fallen London. So, I am aware of the horror that I have upon my vessel. The horrifying, terrifying thing. I just don't know what her story in Sunless Skies is. Just her story. Just how she was in Fallen London. The carrot and the stick. This is an unusual case, the conformer says, defensively. But these vestiges are, in essence, aspects of the being who entered Piranesi and emerged as you. They have opinions and preferences, as do we all. If you find somewhere they like, they may stay there. Or if you do something they hate, they may leave. Carrot. Or stick. The eccentric frowns at the cats. How do we know what they like and hate? The conformer shrugs. No one knows them better than you. The tea is finished. You return to your engine. I need to think, says the eccentric. Talk to the eccentric to discuss how to deal with her 3 cats. Free the eccentric from her 3 cats, Belith, Paimon, and Asmodee. Yeah, if we go into officers, you can see her right here. The princess. The horrifying princess. As she is. Let us see here. We have 3 things here. Tales of Terror, Savage Secrets, and we have things for all of them. And I've gotten my engine back in good to repair so that she's not overly worried about things. Consider secrets you've learned and how to rid her of Asmodee. Asmodee is a saggy ginger cat. His face scarred from countless fights. When you approach him, he hisses at you, his ears flat back. Muse on the tales of the sky and discuss how to rid her of Paimon. Paimon, and a low, flat-faced gray, gives you a baleful look. He has climbed into a cranny under the ceiling and won't let anyone near. Scour your charts and discuss how to rid her of Belith. Belith is a gaunt, black cat, always pushing himself to be the front at feeding time, always sitting where people need to be. Alright, let's go down the list. Asmodee, the Thunderer. The eccentric shows you her ankle, livid with a lattice of claw marks. Asmodee is a ball of anger. If on cue, there's a hiss from under the galley table, and Asmodee attacks your knee. You fend him off. He climbs onto a shelf, his fur bristling. There's somewhere he might feel at home, the eccentric says reluctantly, but it's not anywhere I want to go. The White Well in the Blue Kingdom. The things that were cast into it rage against their fate. Alternatively, you could drive him away by damping his fury. The attendants at Magdalene's, it is said, can soothe the wildest soul. Learn about the feline eccentric. Convince Asmodee to leave by taking him to the White Well, or drive him off by recruiting aid at Magdalene's. Alright, next up, Paimon. Paimon, the Denier. Paimon is very governed, the eccentric observes. The gray cat watches you stiffly out of reach. He never plays, And he doesn't look like it when I... Well, watch this. She comes and sits next to you. Immediately, Paimon jumps up, pries you apart, and sits primly between you. He is aloof and restrained. Perhaps he would enjoy Curlin, where penitents submit themselves to stern punishments and endure them without complaint. Or, to drive him away, I've heard that at Achilles one can buy substances that make fools even of kings and bishops. Convince Paimon to leave by taking him to Carillon, or drive him off by making a catnip at Achilles. And then... Belith. Goodbye, unlicensed chart. Knew I had a good reason to hold on to you. Belith, the Demander. Belith barges past you in the corridor. He has heard two stokers arguing. When he finds them, he watches, rapt, with the air of an ancient philosopher king. He is fascinated by their red faces, their bristling mustaches, their pointing fingers and clenched fists. The eccentric joins you. Belith admires force, she whispers. He would fit in at the floating parliament, where MPs push their beliefs into law, using words as swords, and procedure as nooses. Yes, eccentric muses. I think he'd like that. And I know where he'd find intolerable dreams. Those dreams where the rules all change, and your strength is useless. The roses of Caduceus could help. Convince Belith to leave by taking him to the floating parliament, or drive him away by acquiring impossible roses at Caduceus. Alright. And now it's just... Consider the eccentric situation, helping her rid of her troublesome cats. Beset by cats, the eccentric was not always as she is now. Once she was something else. Something vast and celestial. Something masculine. Something unknowable and inhuman. But she was cast into the tangles of piranesi, and when she emerged, she was the lean, diligent engineer before you. Her cats followed her from piranesi. They are vestiges of her old self that refuse to detach from her. Angry, isolationist, forceful. They are making her life, and the efficient functioning of your engine, difficult. Rid the eccentric of her cats. Alright, so we want to head south next, and this should work out because we need 3 sets of gemstones. You sell literature, which isn't a bad find. 350. Get access to you. Apply shoes to judgment. That is a very good question. She might not be fully a judgment. She might. But she is definitely some sort of judge. Some sort of judge of the dead. Massive and celestial, after all. It's possible. Again, this is a story that's new to me, so it's possible that there is the potential there. Same time, it's like... She also definitely was just some sort of judge of the dead. And from what I remember of the Blue Kingdom, you're not necessarily a judgment even if you're one of the specters in the Blue Kingdom. But beyond that, well, guessing games, really. Your guess is as good as mine otherwise. Alright. South. Somewhere down there. I scrape along everything. Somewhere down there is where I need to be, yeah? Discontent. Ah. The dead are hungry. Come back for the gifts and loot it. Ah, fine. Jettison some supplies. I don't know if you know what a judgment is at this point. I may have say. No, I know what a judgment is. Courtesy of Fallen London. Also, hello, Andrew. Hello. Welcome in. Always good to see you. How's it going? It's going well. It's been definitely going alright today. I'm streaming Sunless Skies, which is always a chill experience, and I got to watch Muna play God of War for a little bit, which is amusing to watch, so all in all, it has been well. How things been going for you, Andrew? All been going well? All been going well off with your life today? Hopefully so. I know you seem to be struggling with some computer stuff, which is... Trust me, I can sympathize all too much. I can sympathize all too much on that accordance. Sweet mercies gather. Sympathize with way too much with computer stuff. Yeah, maybe. Heaven's library is sundered, your lookout says. Parts of it fell around here. Yes, indeed. I think we looted one of them at one point. Nope. Nope. And whoop. I'm actually kind of proud of that dodge turn there. I don't normally have my good moments with driving, so I'm proud of that one. Okay, a little bit too wide. The shields. Oh, terror reduction. Yes, please. Nice, I can't wait to get God of War. My computer seems to be stable again, but the power surge seems to damage my mobile. Oh, that's not ideal. Had to replace that eventually. Oof. I have a new 2 terabyte NVMe SSD, which is blazing past and lots of storage. Have you considering all the bad? Yep, that's fair. The troubles of the unfortunate troubles with having to replace a MOBO is that it just cascades upon everything else if you don't get the same deal. This is like if you take the chance of, oh, maybe I'll upgrade. Suddenly you need everything new. Is this a new locomotive? No, I've had this. I've had this train since Albion, so this one isn't new. I'm considering a potential new one, but this one in particular isn't new. This one's my good old reliable Byzantium. But yeah, I'm glad you're generally working things out with that. It's definitely unfortunate what happens with both hard drive related stuff and hard drive related stuff and just power surge MOBO stuff. Yeah, it's technology stuff definitely isn't always great, but one has to work with it. Sure. Also, when I hesitate is because I literally just picked this up. I just picked up this barrel of ours Just mine them fairly. Stop it. No. Not getting rid of getting rid of the loot I just acquired. Pick up all the crates. All the hours. Oh god, that's another one. Oops. No, no, oh no, 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 no. I made a mistake. And I got away with it somehow. Yeah. Speaking of risk I somehow managed, dear gods, I did not serve to manage that, but I did anyways. And scraps of knowledge. Is that really not a ledge? Ah, I guess that is underneath me. Just worried. I'm just worried about running things. But yep, that is Tataran. And there is something evil over here. I got the red marker of there's an enemy this way. Oh god, it's an invisible guy. There. Want to be the undeparted. Well, I'm busy here. Sky Swincers can wait. Boom. Walking the boy right now, he says hi, I think. Well, tell him I back to the good one, because all doggos deserve it. All doggos deserve love. Sorry, loudness, but yes, all the doggos deserve all the goodness. God, it sounds continued after death, and that actually worried me for a moment. Like, oh, is there a second one? No, there isn't. Thank goodness. Yep. Give the doggo all my love. All of them deserve all the love. Let's just scroll off into Pan. Now enter this lean cruel hour. We're not resorting to the drink. The hour passes. Questions worry at you, chasing away sleep. Later, there's a knock on your door. One of your officers is outside. Specialist, we need you. Duty calls. The doubts must wait. Have we been away long enough? Probably not, but... Nope. Sadly. Souls for Cadesius. Ah, there's another souls to there. First things first, let's get those things in. We're still currently full on our deals, but we're about to fix that in a moment. Okay, yeah. Let us head south and see if we can't find the Eagle's Imperium. It says it is directly south of Pan. So let's just full on 100% go south. The place we haven't explored. But as far as I can recall, It's a very cool place down south. I'm actually kind of excited to head off towards it. Ruined remnant, that's fine. I'll just pass on by you, oh ruined remnant. Continue heading south. This is Karnas, a place of vine-clad ruins. Did Pan once stretch this far? Some panic deals there. There's the name of the place. It's just kind of blocked by the random deal. And we have our old friend, the Senior Scrivener, here again. Yay! They are after me. The vents threw me off my groove, damn it. There we go. Actually, honestly, did throw me off my groove. Experience. Right. Oh, hey. Entrust a death in a jar to the hermit. They look probably trustworthy. Perhaps you can convince them to look after this death in a jar. Safe and sound. You don't say what's in it, of course. Instead, you invent some portentous gibberish and the hermit is enthralled. They hide the jar in the back of their cave, promising to care for it until the day the last star dies. Good. Good. You have one more death in a jar to dispose of. First things first. The Belt of Midnight, an engineer whispers. Beware of dousers. We drop down here. Bollocks. Ah! It wasn't paying attention to me until it was, and that's incredibly annoying. Also, why all the Scriveners? Map is like flipped 180 degrees for you as it was for me. To me, the prison was west and the bell was north. Ah, okay. Okay. Ah, fuck's sake. Lost 2 crew. Star smitten. The poor quarters are washed with luminous starlight. It's no surprise when some of the crew are struck down by maladies of the mind. One of them raves at length about the things they saw in the starlight. The imagery lingers with you. Could I have less Scriveners, please? Just get another Syrian Enigma. But yeah, that's interesting. Kind of mirrored. Because clearly my Belt of Midnight is very clearly in the south. Very, very, very clearly. So my terror is going crazy, but... I am am finding what I'm looking for. I am indeed finding what I'm looking for. Steady. Good hits. Good hit, good hit, good hit, good hits. And there's the second one. There's casual mortar. I mean, the Dowsers certainly hate lights. Cognito Princess. The Khan does ransom important prisoners, yes? Just in case. It's like, the Dowsers certainly aren't a fan of lights. The Khanate here doesn't mind lights, for obvious reasons. Because, well, Eagle's Imperium, seat of the Eagle Khan, at once an ally and rival of distant London. People in Eagle's Imperium technically don't mind lights because they have electric lights up the wazoo. The lane of lions and unicorns. A little piece of Albion on the edge of the Imperium. Here, Her Majesty's embassy works tirelessly to maintain cordial relations with the Imperials. First things first, sell. Apparently London's suspicious of me, that's fine. Oh, it's delivering to that London embassy too. Not a moment too soon, says the junior diplomat, deemed expendable enough to handle such a flagrantly illegal transaction. The fellow who handles smuggling is getting nosy. If he found out about this before we slipped them to him, he shudders. Gained 100 extra sovereigns, some experience, and the Eagle currently considers you a reliable informant. London is suspicious of you. Oh, goddammit, they selling just gemstones right here as well. Go figure. A fellow Skyfarer in urgent need of money for repairs offers sparkling Navrantine gemstones looted from the courier that damaged his locomotive. Ooh, there's the one I've been debating about. We'll get to that in a moment. London's enclave. Her Majesty's embassy dominates this little street, but the eagle stands above the lion and the unicorn on the street side. London and the Khanate worked together to enter the High Wilderness, but their alliance since has been tenuous. To be fair, their relations before Sunless Skies in Fallen London is also tenuous. It is preserved only by desperate diplomatic endeavor, and a number of carefully preserved fictions regarding what the other is up to. Introduce yourself at the embassy. They might be glad to receive news from London. Pardon me, few captains dare venture into Ulithuria. You can get a vista here, required to enter the Imperium proper. A brisk welcome. The embassy is a fine example of Georgian architecture. Inside, the elegance gives way to a pandemonium of desks, where bureaucrats minutely scrutinize their correspondence. Any mistake could trigger a summons to the Khan, and the possible expulsion of the embassy. Each is hunched with age. Their hair is white as Lustrum's snow. The ambassador's secretary is assigned to handle incoming captains. He reaches over a mountain range of papers with the visa. Please don't make additional work for us. If you must visit the city, be polite. Have a visa for the Empyrean. Gather report. The Eagle's Empyrean is a bastion of light in Uthuria's dark. Beyond the antique facades of the Lane of Lions and Unicorns, the Empyrean rises high in steel and blue light. The constraints of its location necessitate that the Empyrean builds upwards. Careful porticos give way to expansive temples and crowded markets. People live cheek by jowl. Light is precious and easily lost. Power is conserved carefully. When times are bad, whole districts go dark. It would be easy for hopelessness to seep in. The Khan occupies his people with festivals, celebrating his people's history of the old Khanate and constant technological innovation. To be idle is to be afraid here. The Empyrean is busy at every hour. Enjoy a respite at the Maiden and Unicorn, a tea shop at the edge of the lane, as close to home as one can be in Ulathuria. Home comforts. No matter how hard the decor tries, it can't mask the darkness visible from the window, nor soften the electric light of the Empyrean moon. Still, off-duty diplomats congregate around the triangle-cut sandwiches. They drink steep tea with translators, attachés, and runners. The Maiden Unicorn is also popular with citizens of the Empyrean. Some come to sample the latest London cuisine, others to do unofficial business with London's embassy. Others, like everyone else, just come to get away from the dark. Ask about the transit relay to the Reach. Few diplomats would accept a posting here if they couldn't return to British territory. They know of a way back. Rivalry. The gentleman is immediately obliging. We really should put a sign up. The Reach Transit Relay lies to the south of Pan, close by, clockwise around the region from here. It's under Empyrean control, of course, in accordance with the treaty. He smiles the broad smile of a practiced liar. We thought it would be a nice gesture. Let them think they control their borders and all that. For all his confidence, he checked for Empyreans in earshot before saying that. Rivalry indeed. When I have visitors here, the ambassador is always glad to receive guests, suitably respectable ones, at least. Moments of inspiration and cryptic benefactors. The game is too precarious at the moment. At present, rather. Master greets you in his study. Instead of a fire burning in the hearth, there is an electrical heater that smells faintly of burning hair. Everything else is comfortingly old-fashioned, from the creaking leather of the armchairs to the vintage of brandy in the drinks cabinet. Alright. Opportunity. Bambasine at the Empyrean. The Empyrean confiscates all bambasine that enters its territory, and prosecutes illegal carriers with vengeful zeal. Because it absorbs the dark, probably. We need 2 more to the House of Rotten Chains. Let's see what we can do. Oh dear. It's a restricted item. Vital for the maintenance of the Xanthos moon, but often used by agents of the Liberation to conceal their midnight work. Any storehouses would present too tempting a target for the Liberation spies and smugglers. Instead, the Imperium's government pays captains to transport the stuff far, far away. Any captain who undertakes such work must submit to an extensive check of their credentials. Pay to have your credentials checked, the bureaucracy is proudly Byzantine. A hefty bribe is required to expedite matters. Or bypass the background check. If they check with their superiors, they'll surely agree that your character is more than suitable for transporting bombazine. When balance of the great game of Thuria is, the Eagle considers you an agent. Make one delivery and suddenly I'm an agent. Okay, that works out for this. Swift apologies. The message is swiftly relayed. As soon as the warehouse officials discover you were telling the truth, there are an embarrassing number of apologies and promises that this will not happen again. You are assured that not only are you permitted to take the bombazine, but they will bring it straight to your engine. Later, you receive a curt note from the bespectacled official later, reminding you about the dignity of one's position and favors that are beneath a gentle person to ask. Hey, free bombazine. Maybe an agent isn't such a bad thing after all. Alright, so we could also pick up a few of these. I might as well, in case we get another delivery for here, then we'd be all bloody well set. And now here's the thing I've been debating. Illuminated engineering. The Empyrean engine yards produce one engine. The light, bright, sprightly Elanti Outrider. Available nowhere else. It is the pride of Empyrean technology, and the finest weapon in the war against the liberation of night. If your locomotive's damaged, its sale value will be reduced to recover repairs. The Altani class Outrider, an electric wonder. The Elanti is a far-ranging, versatile explorer. It is the pride of the Empyrean, and they guard its production zealously. Less whole. It's like, our difference here is going to be, especially if we consider what we have going on at the moment, we'll be losing one plating, which means, for the moment, it means losing out on one of these durable platings. Which means 11 less armor, combined with 20 less armor there. So, 31 less armor. We minus 4 hold spot there, at the cost of +3, so, in effective, we go at a -1 for the moment. But we do gain an auxiliary slot. And the versatility of an auxiliary slot is not to be underestimated. I could get, say, a Sane when I potentially could, slot a good Sane piece into my auxiliary, and that would probably benefit me hugely because I have passed by so many Sane things and the like that it could be very useful. We also get a +2 to crew. That we just get +2 to crew, which could be effectively useful for higher engines, which we might well be gunning for. So. The Altani class Outrider. I don't think I have ever used you before. But. Let me just check one thing. Also, pardon me. Because, yeah, this is... Yeah. Yeah. Auxiliary slots. Let's see here. That's what I want to look for. Things I'd use in my auxiliary. Auxiliary. That's what I need. I'm gonna have to find something to fill that slot in. And I obviously will find something to slot that in, but... what would I be putting in there, potentially? That is an option as well. Another option, technically, amidst our presence is a butchery item, too. Portsmouth has some decent ones. It's like I could also, which has also a pretty decent hold deal as well. Okay. Ah, hello, Geeky Dolphin. Welcome in. Just got humbled by Margot. Ah, yes, that happens. That certainly does happen. that indeed happens. Hope it wasn't, too brutal upon you, but, I know how that can be, so... The answer is it, likely was a bit on the brutal side of things, but... Yeah, that certainly happens. Countless I have slain, and countless I will slay, till my journey to become Elden Lord is complete. Yeah, you will have to. Oh, one hit away. Oh, those are definitely the most tragic of the bunch. Those are tremendously tragic. Oh, my condolences, to say the least. My condolences. Yeah, okay. Trying to make a debate here. Yeah, one hits away are the absolute worst. Because not only have you failed at one hit away, but it also gives you hope to keep smashing your face against the wall, which is very much my experience of those matters. Like, oh no, you've made me think I have a chance, and thus into the breach again and again and again. And again, and again, and again. Okay, I forgot to summon Millennia this time. Whoops. Whoops indeed. Okay, yeah, might do something butchery related. Yeah, so if we were to replace something in butchery, which we have our options, then we would have that, and we would be able to... Okay. We can make this work. We can make this work. I think it will be that we are switching into this. One moment as I figure out a name that I want. What is the Lilonti based off of? What's some con base names. Actually, no. I already have an idea. Bit of a standby name of mine, but I can deal with it. Minus 49 isn't a huge deal. We just take that off already, we can be sure of things, but yes, we should be good. Alright, less soul. Slightly better fuel efficiency. More crew. Alright. Trade. I think we could give it regular names, but that's a hell of a name. Matilda Briggs. Ah yes, my ship, the Matilda Briggs. No, my name. Boom. And thus, we switch on over to the Otani class Outrider. We now have an open auxiliary slot, which I will find something for. Which I will indeed find something for. We're only -1 out of that. And honestly, this is a pretty sleek looking locomotive. So, let us go for it. The Blue Heaven Arsenal. The Imperium specializes in technology, electricity, and weaponry. Only the latter may be traded to those outside the Eagle Khan's military. Fair. Stock up on some extra stuff here. Let's see the Imperium itself. The electric and neon jewel in the Eagle Khan's crown, and the only Imperium city in the high wilderness. A solitary bastion of brightness in the long night of Eleutheria. You could repair your locomotive. The engineers of Illumina Engineering are locomotive experts. They are not permitted to share their knowledge with Londoners, but if you'll step away from the yard while they work, they will happily repair your engine. It'll cost, of course. Also note, we only have 86 now, whole. We've definitely reduced our durability, but hopefully it helps us on all our other avenues. And Provident. Pristine condition is 48/30. Don't need to overly worry about that. And the Visa checkpoint. A modest checkpoint stands at the end of the Lane of Lions and Unicorns. Visitors to the Empyrean must have their papers checked. There is a queue to get past the guards, but it moves efficiently. Such a tank, but he is also such a tank. Yeah. For sure indeed. Oh, for very sure indeed. To inspect your papers. Ingress. You're welcome to the one true civilization in Eleutheria. You are as free to explore as any citizen. Moves efficiently. Like, you have your options. You could go to the Uvu of Returned Skies, the spiritual heart of the Empyrean, a sanctuary for its citizens and a monument to its entry into the heavens. Go to the Khan's market. All merchants in the Empyrean, whether citizen or not, operate only with the express permission of the Eagle Khan. Go to the Shantu, the District of Recreation and Amusement. where music and games distract from the encroaching dark. But we also have our deal for the Navigator, who wants us to help steal a body. Yeah, journey towards the Borgerol graveyard. The fortunate Navigator knows the way. Best not tell the guards where you're going, however. Tourists have no business in graveyards. Gawping at tombs is a peculiarity of the British, viewed with suspicion. Each street is lit by evenly placed electric lights. The light is cold, and casts hard shadows. Imperial citizens hurry by in silks and cloth. There's always somewhere to be in the Imperium. All who live here work. There is no space for idleness. Spot a bespectacled official. An Imperial man has been following you since you left the lane of lions and unicorns. Not known to them. The bespectacled official sidles next to you and adjusts his cravat. I need an observer to bring me the latest ongoing-ons in Othuria. A traveler would suit my purposes very well. Perhaps we could discuss it over a little tea and a friendly game of mahjong. There's a little park on the lane of lions and unicorns. I'll be by the rosebush. Walk away, a rosebush? The gentleman must be a member of the Rose Without Thorns, the Imperium's foreign office. He wishes you to spy for him. Or give your assent. This may be profitable. Do I? Is, well, a fantastic question. Oh, we might as well just give a big ol' nod. You do actually kind of like the Khanate. The Khanate is a fascinating concept. We're gonna say that excellent. Congratulations. Congratulations. Just give your assent. A nod is enough. The official adjusts his glasses. You go your separate ways. Poor reports are in demand in the Eagle's Imperium. A strange gentleman has accosted you in the street. Your destination. The graveyard is at the end of this quiet street. Not many people travel here. The electric lights are fewer, barely keeping away the dark. Oh, pardon me. Oh, pardon me indeed. Have this great rune, but have no idea where to go to restore it. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. You will indeed figure it out. I'll just say this. Always read item descriptions. They can be helpful. I don't remember if it's helpful in this particular case, but just a general useful note. That's it. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Enter the Borgerol graveyard. Some of the stone tombs are as small as a locomotive's brig. Others are as large as bank vaults, with walls twice as thick. Electricity is not wasted on the dead. Instead, a caretaker regularly replaces the candles in every nook, on every corner of each pillet. The embalmed rest in an unsteady gloom. Brooding stone shadows shift uneasily. Steal the corpse. You have the key to the tomb. You just have to get the body out, past the caretaker, and back to your locomotive, without anyone noticing. Failure will lead the Imperium to assume you are a London agent, stealing the corpse for nefarious reasons. It may cost you to sue things over. Or distract the caretaker. She works in the flickering dark, away from the Imperium's electric light. Perhaps she'd appreciate hearing of the incandescently sublime. Wrapped, the caretaker sits with you on a low stone slab at the far edge of the graveyard. She listens in silence. A flaring candle catches something glinting on her cheek. When you leave, she remains in quiet contemplation. The navigator is waiting by the graveyard gate. He grins awkwardly. He has used rope to tie the corpse's desiccated wrist to its ankles, and is wearing it like a knapsack. The corpse's head lolls against his shoulder, its involved face almost restful. Back at your locomotive, the navigator meets your eye, then bursts into incredulous laughter. Altan's body lives with the navigator in his cabin. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with this. You have the corpse of the navigator's friend. Lost a vision of the heavens, gained one terror. Shocker. Let's see here. He greets you at his customary table in the park, wearing this warm smile so genuine, it must be practice. Ah, specialist. Will you join me in playing my favorite game? It is clear he is not speaking of Mahjong, though the table is set and ready for a polite round. Play a game, Mahjong, with the official. The air is warm, the tea is hot, the moon is burning bright. The unspoken business of spycraft can wait. Exchange plaques from Dowser engines for money? The official will arrange the payment. Donate plaques from Dowser engines. You have fought hard against those who would extinguish the light. The official will appreciate that. What else is there? Ask about the Khan's current interests. On the off chance you should be traveling in that direction. Both the speckled official and the London ambassador would reward you for the information. They can be found in the lane of lions and unicorns. Ask about the Khan's current interests. Cannot enter the retreat. Yeah. You'll get to points as you can. The House of Rods and Chains remains an uncomfortable mystery on our borders. It is a difficult place for people to remain inconspicuous inside. Perhaps you could be my eyes. The official carefully places a Mahjong tile onto the board. Your move. So the House of Rod and Chains could smuggle ministry permits into the Imperium. Do miss London sometimes, says the official. I wonder if you might provide me a souvenir. Or Visions of the Heavens. For an unlicensed chart and a condemned experiment. Ooh. Even the eagle's eyes only see so far, the official admits. What wonders remain to be conquered? Shall hunt General Edon. Not a bad call. Godspeed for that, but not a bad call. Let's donate some plaques to help reduce our terror. See how much this does us. 55. Quiet gratitude. The official passes you a hot cup of tea before sipping his own. He points at the bright moon and smiles proudly. It's almost It's almost all that stands between us and the night. That intimidates some, not me. I find it reassuring. Human invention can conquer the wilderness, and the dark that floods across it. Human invention, and the bravery of those who'd fight against revolutionaries, who would betray us. It's like, if there's one thing that London and the Khanate are generally in agreement of, it's the position on revolutionaries. But this, and in the process killing dowsers, seems like a great way to help me manage things. Oh, gods, what is going wrong with the game at the moment? It's actually a fantastic question here. Alright, one moment. Alright, give me a moment. I'm going to restart the game and see if that, helps matters. I don't know why it's being so chunky, to say the least, but let me just get it back going, because, of course, as is per par, we can't have everything go right. Didn't even do anything. I was just in the Empyrean. Why did it get so slideshowy? It's a fantastic question that I don't know, but we'll fix that. And we'll reduce our terror by some more. Because we have these plaques from deals that we've been getting, so we shall do it as so. Ah, that's lovely and smooth. So my first note of interest on this new locomotive, it's a lot quieter. It has its own unique sounds. Quite possibly because it is electric-based. We're still using conventional fuel and such, but it's kind of cool. By kind of cool, I mean it's certainly cool. Also, what I'm doing now is just trying to explore matters and find out where my big experience is for Eagle's Imperium. Suffice to say, once I find that, we'll be ducking by the House of Rods and Chains to, well, bolster up our stuff there. The relay station, this relay station returns to the Reach. It is under the strict control of the Imperium. Oh, hey! Okay, this is definitely a good thing to find. If we want to return to the Reach, well, here's the Reach transit relay. There's me bumping into a wall. Neon blaze in the dark. The Eagle's Imperium. Once allies of London, today the relationship is more nuanced. Well, my discovery experience is what I want at the moment, so and right, I'm just sticking around until I find the big ol', hey, Eagle's Imperium. Have your, like, 600 odd experience. Thank you, have a good day. This part of the sky has been claimed by the Eagle Khan. You can see, there's Imperium vessels. vessel feels a bit more maneuverable as well. I'm gonna get used to it. Also, where's the big one? Where's Eagle's Imperium? I don't know is the answer. It seems like it's gonna be one of those, like Brabazon Work World. We have found lighter way. Fair enough. Yeah, as you can see, this is definitely in the Albion style, the little area where the embassy is. And the rest is of the very distinct Khanate style. Obviously very much based around the Mongol Khanate. But with the premise that they've discovered and have been steadily refining electricity. The Khan's Palace. Which is very zappy. The Eagle's Imperium has been hung here like a lamb, amidst the fathomless dark of Ulitharia. Speaking of which, I am not finding what I'm trying to look for the life of me. And this saddens me. I want experience. Might just have to come back, approach things, just see how things go. But hey, we have a sleek new vessel. Sleek new vessel, and let us go to the House of Rods and Chains with it. Now, you can tell what's a Dowser and what's just a friendly Imperium vessel, and the fact that the Imperium vessels will have their lights on. Dowsers, for obvious reasons, will not have lights. So, that helps with target identification at the least. Ah, that soul's like suffering. My condolences, Geeky Dolphin. My condolences. See? Dowser. No lights. I can give it some lights, though. Who knows what you might find? Now, we're not damaged enough for them to worry about things. Hey, let's see what we can indeed find. A moment of inspiration. I almost killed him. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it indeed. Have faith in yourself. Or you can. You can hear dripping water as you explore the lightless engine. A cracked pipe, perhaps. Yes, perhaps. The bridge is a wreckage of glass and bodies. Here, peppered with glass, is the captain's log. Not, as is usually the case, a record of their travels, but a mix of poetry fragments, sketches, meandering theories, and ambitious schemes to overthrow the Imperium. We do that. I do, however, mean to do this. Purpose inscrutable. You know the reason why I oot? My maneuverability in this thing, even in... There's something there. Ooh, temple. My maneuverability in this, even in fast speed, is actually really, really nice. We seem to have a marker for over here. The Xanthos Moon. built at the command of the Khan, stains the sky with yellow. And this is a vista. And thus makes up of good note here. This all here, the Xanthouse Moon, this is the Empyrean's answer. This is the Khanate's answer to the darkness. And is a very, 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 very stark contrast to the Clockwork Sun solution that Albion has. It's very, very big of a difference. The moon's sill. The Xanthouse Moon. The nearest land to the Xanthouse Moon is the moon's sill. The path between it and the Empyrean main dock is well traveled by groups of small, privately owned engines. Each convoy resembles a crowd of fireflies, drawn to the light of the moon. They travel here to perform rites of resolution and renewal, and to conduct the mandate of the moon. General Don has said, "Nice, congratulations, Geeky Dolphin, congratulations. Better make electricity instead of an artificial eldritch entity." Yeah. Suffice to say, a lot less likely to turn you into glass. Substantially less likely to turn you into glass, considering all our electricity and the like that doesn't turn us into glass. Yeah. Several Empyrean engines have landed already. There's room for plenty more. A ritual. The Imperials light only enough lamps to pick their way to the site of the ceremony. Occasionally, there's a muffled curse as someone stumbles and falls. The Imperials gather in a large crater, huddled together, waiting. It is time for the rite of resolution. The engineers have landed. They stand outside the circle of Imperials. Their clothes in tatters, smeared with oil and dirt. But they are safe, and they are sound. All around you, lanterns are lit. A warm glow grows and brightens. The crowd parts. The engineers climb up through it to the center. You could just stand back and watch. This is not your ceremony. There's no need for you to participate. Or join the rite of resolution. Before the engineers can be welcomed back, their names must be restored. Afterwards, they will want a good, hearty meal. While working on the moon, they had to make do with only plain rice. Welcome repast. Each engineer's name is held by a loved one, who steps forward holding a wax scroll. Each scroll is soaked in a cup of wine until the ink runs from it and mingles with the liquid. Each engineer drinks the wine. The crowd erupts in delight. The engineers turn eagerly to what you have brought. They've had moon rations for weeks. Your fungal crackers, wrinkled apples, and pungent slabs of cheese are like a feast. They're delighted to gift you a memento of their deployment for it. One of the moon's broken, burned out lanterns. It's said they bring good luck. The ceremony is complete. It is time for the citizens of the Eagle's Imperium to return to their daily lives. Join the Imperials returning to their engines. The ceremony over, they depart, still holding their wax paper lamps. A community dispersing. Impatient captains frown at crew putting off boarding to prolong conversations. Exasperated parents hunt for straying children. It'll be a little while yet before the moon's sill is back under the sole stewardship of its caretakers. If there's one consistency between the Xanathos moon and the Clockwork Sun, it's that the engineers at both put in a lot of fucking work to keep them running. It's the one consistency. The risks might well be different, but it is a consistency in the matter. Ah, Crossroads, I don't actually want to interact with you. Crewman begins to laugh wildly. She has looked too deeply into the dark. The questline brings me to fight Estelle, natural born of the void. Where is your quest bringing ya? I am currently going to the House of Rod and Chains, is where my quest is bringing me, which is this place of rubbery men. Then I'll use that to bounce between here. Effectively, I'm exploring stories while also getting money, because something I want to get while I'm here, because it's something very much I need to pick up here, is a better engine. So my big overall quest at the moment is to get enough money so that I can not only get that better engine, but also have enough excess to keep going on, like, fuel and supplies and, you know, those handy things. To not go off the map, or go insane, or get killed by all the horrors. But yes, I'm back to the House of Rods and Chains at the moment. Being honest, this is the furthest I've ever gotten in a Souls-like game. Ah, nice! Congratulations! The other Souls games can be immensely fun, and I say that as someone who has basically played through most of them. Usually the only Dark Souls I haven't fully beat, saying words. The only ones I haven't fully beat is actually Dark Souls 1. All the rest of them I have beat, and they are very, very enjoyable. But yeah, good on you for getting as far as you have. Dark Souls 2 best Souls. You know, funny you actually say that, because it was Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin in which Dark Souls actually clicked with me. It's with playing Scholar of the First Sin where Dark Souls actually just finally clicked with me, and I got very, very into it. I had tried the first Dark Souls before to kind of getting past. Effectively, I beat Ornstein and Smog, and then I kind of petered off of it. But Dark Souls 2, Scholar First Sin, is really, really where it clicked for me, and thus it is indeed my most favorite of the Souls games. Some things about Scholar I hate and some I love. That's what I've heard a lot about what people have said in that respect. Not sure if I prefer Scholar over the two. I definitely personally do prefer Scholar, but then again, like I said, it's the one where it clicked with me, and thus the first Souls-like that I fully beat. Thus, it definitely holds a place in my heart for that respect alone. And for the familiarity of it. And also, I really did like, and it's only ending I've gotten in Dark Souls 2, I really did like the Scholar-specific ending. the one that was specifically designed for the Scholar deal as basically the alternate ending that you could do in Dark Souls 2. And I really do enjoy that ending. It's better than just making yourself a kiln, and that's that. For brilliant, beautiful, it enchants us to the point of obsession. Some stay true to their forms. They are but empty vessels of mind and flesh. Others chase the charms of love, however elusive. What is it that drives you? Trying for a waifu Harani ending. Fair enough, fair enough. Used to speedrun Vanilla DS2 on my PS3. Oh, okay, competing in Cavadas. Damn. Quicker than I can get through Souls-likes, that's for sure, but I'm not really a speedrunner type. I'm, as is obvious through all that I play, I'm a very completionist type. For better or worse, I'm a completionist type. Commingling on the carapace. Maybe I'm gonna go for the husband. Oh, Dun Eater fades to black scene. Yes, Dun Eater. Yeah, technically an option. Technically an option. Yes, indeed. Rubbery men from within the House of Rods and Chains have gathered around a fallen spire on the surface. They hold their heads high, staring out at the stars as if hoping to catch a glimpse of their lost exile, somewhere deep in the Ulithurian darkness. One by one, their warbling ululations rise. Beat a bot. Just beat a boss 4 times and get to 1 million soul memory to skip the doors to the castle. Oh dear gods. Oh dear gods. I mean, I guess that technically works, but oh dear gods. That seems a thing. What option do I want here? It's a fantastic question that I'm trying to determine. Okay, I probably don't care for that, so yeah, actually, yeah. We'll do it that one. We will do it with that one. Ba-da-doop. Ba-da-doop. Okay. Witness the lament of exile. Exile. Their voices cry out in unison now. What was it called? The Rotten? Just use Bonfire Aesthetic 3 times to respawn it, so the last attempt he'll be at New Game +++ difficulty. In fairness, it definitely is one of the things that Dark Souls 2 has for it, that for some reason none of the other Souls deals afterwards did anything with, was the bonfire. Was the bonfire aesthetic, which is an interesting concept. Comfort in homesickness. The lament is low. Its melody is impossible for any human tongue to capture. In their grief, however, at least the rubbery men have kinship. A shared hope that one day, the suffering will be over. It just won't be today. Alright, sell 2 rolls of Thirsty Bombazine. The sea captain who advised you of this opportunity is waiting outside the towering obsidian spire. His shirt open and revealing a blinking eye embedded in his flesh. Now I can make the master a worthy gift. Maybe then he'll free me. More bronzewood. Various loners have tried to establish homesteads in Ulithuria. Almost all fail. A muttering scavenger seeks out these abandoned homes and strips them of planks of bronzewood, which he sells to skyfarers like yourself. Skyfarers with ready cash and limited scruples. also experience and Arthurian mysteries. Let's see here. Here's where our going in line with things. We need one more cage catch for Parasi. So, boop. One more cage catch for Parasi. What reports do I have at the moment? Goals Imperium. Okay, I still have one for Parasi. I don't have one for here, so let's fix that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there we go. Actually, we'll for that. A bit spendy on things, but it's fine. We are making profits. Stopped playing Dark Souls 3 after the Nameless King. To this day, I haven't beat him. This remains my favorite Dark Souls boss fight. You know, fair. Nameless King is certainly a fight. It is certainly a fight. One I'm still not sure how I feel about, but it's certainly a fight, and can definitely be a fun fight, but hold your dots, it's a challenging fight. Market. The Lament of False Hope. Let's see here. Poor reports. Then we want to offer pass to Rubbery Man because we can. Packed to lunch, squirming in a paper bag. Attend the Lament of False Hope. The Rubbery Men are gathered. They lower their heads and commingle their choir. Loss and London. The choir splits into two groups. The majority circled by a small number of rubberies that shuffle round the rest, like some counterclockwise tick. The music is a roundelay of cheer that crashes down into a wailed grief. Fuck that dragon. Fair enough. Fair enough on that accord. Let's see here. We do have him here. A pile of cages rests just outside the chitin door. Move on after your visit. Reason I'm doing this, and that's because I've been gathering a lot of Syrian enigmas. Listen to a story of things past. First off, though, Miss Menagerie is keen to tell you a tale from its collection. A trial. Mr. Menagerie shies away from the looming door. It retreats further into its cowl, so even its garnet's eyes are lost in the gloom. A mistake to come back. A place of chains. A place of servitude. A place of torment and treachery. This last is intoned in a voice like a toppling tombstone. The light binds. The light blinds. All things it places in a chain. Our place is our worth. Some accept. We liberated. There's the notion of I believe at least, the notion of the Great Chain, and how the light of the judgments definitely does indeed enforce the boundaries of the Great Chain. Places are worth. Some accept. We liberated. So, we do have Mirrors of 45 now, so we can actually make good use of this. I'd be sad to get rid of our bat, but purchase an intrepid cavy. A large guinea pig wearing a plumed helmet is dozing in a hutch. It is sleeping next to an intricate mechanical bat. The intrepid cavy has good range, returns after finding one discovery, but conveys more information about what it finds. It requires Mirrors of 45 or more to use. In contrast, the Radanaut has similar good range, goes up to 3 discoveries, but conveys little information about what it finds. Also requires 65 meters, which we sure as hell do not have at the moment. So, let's get ourselves a cavy. To adventure. Mr. Menagerie extends a long finger to prod the dozing guinea pig. "Oh," says the cavy, rubbing sleep from its eyes with the front paw. "I do beg your pardon." It sits upright to address you. "Sir Lionel, at your service. Am I to understand that you are in need of a valiant scout? If so, I am the very pig. Just point me in a direction and I will sally forth on my trusty bat." Mr. Menagerie seems somewhat relieved to pass Sir Lionel on, and begins to gather up its things. Yep, we now have a Tier 3 Scout, an intrepid cavy, a valiant guinea pig knight, keen to demonstrate his prowess, a devil for croquettes. Alright, let's put the little guy on. No sign of mistress. Left a note. Should tell you where he's headed. We go where roses bloom in the dark. Probably Cassidius. I don't know how you pronounce the place. The other place on the other side of here. Roses bloom in the dark. Dania. Okay. Where roses bloom in the dark, indeed. And thus, we now have made our delivery here. And now we should be able to finish up our delivery at Piranesi. So let's head off there, and then head back to Pan. Because then, at that point, we reach the notion of what more deliveries can we make, because seeds are not completely in our options at the moment. Not seen any special deals on seeds, and I've not seen any place that specifically sells seeds, so can't see it is. As we trawl up through. Honestly, what might be carapace? It could be just asteroids. It could be carapace from our messenger crab corpse over there. That's what I'm leaning towards. It doesn't seem like rock, to say the least. Does not seem like rock. Also, hey, supplies. Hey, realizing that this would have hurt to run into. I'm learning. Sort of. Eventually. Alright, I made the good decision of going down south, because, yeah, that looks like it extends to the edge of the world, and of course we do not want to go off the edge of the world at the time being. Well, off into the celestial waste would be more accurate, to say the least. Been there, don't need to do it again, but hey. We're also following the path of something. I can only presume it's a cantankerine. There's whatever this thing is again, which we have discovered. But it's apparently a for later things, so we'll just leave it be. We tackled that curator while it's stuck on the scenery. And we have no mercy in this regards. No mercy whatsoever. Let's search for treasures. Unfurl the wings to investigate. An engineer offers you a crowbar to assist with the creature's wings. It is easy enough to hook it under one of the forearms, but the bone fractures when you apply force. You are forced to don a second pair of gloves to peel the wings open by the claws. Let's examine the creature's collection. Carries items using a tight net harness. There's a fleshy, leather quality to the fine cords. The net bulges, its cords straining against its contents. When cut, the strings fly back, flickering against the glass of your helmet. The contents spew forth. There's a short rod with a bristle of brass spines at one end. Is it a key? A plaque of adamant stamped with a blazing sigil. It is too bright to consider directly, and melts several mirrors when you try to examine it more obliquely. Is it a passphrase? A beacon? And finally, a doorknob, as found in a typical middle-class London home. Also, I just had the realization, I didn't talk to the Fortune Navigator about the corpse. Ask what he intends to do with the corpse. As you enter the navigator's cabin, he preempts anything you might say by shouting, "Bring me a map." Something that says, "Here be monsters." Then a pause. "Please, specialist." Oh, well, here's our last unlicensed chart. Alton's body rests in the navigator's cabin. The crew seem largely unperturbed by this. An eager demand. Alton's body is propped in the navigator's desk chair, cushioned with his pillow. Embalming has preserved the body. Its limbs are too thin, its skin a greenish gray, but it looks peaceful. It faces the window, and it's probably for the best, the eyelids are shut. The navigator talks while he works, scrawling circles and routes on your chart. King Gesser was a slayer of demons. We must battle a monster of the skies, something fearsome. Maybe a senior scrivener, a scornfluke, or one of the undeparted. Something worthy of a song. The map he returns to you is so enthusiastically marked that it is unusable. You only need to kill one monster. Okay, good thing I did that now. Who knows what horrible beastie we'll run into around here. Here's when we never run into a big beast ever again, and I become terribly confused. Or I hear something horrific. Hi, Scornfluke. How's it hanging? Just hitting you with your own wrath of heavens. Don't mind me. Yeah, solid hits. Help the navigator show his friend the defeated monster. The navigator has put on a skysuit and retied Alton's wrists and ankles, but he can't put on the corpse without assistance. I'd like to sacrifice a crew. Abrupt relief. The navigator floats over to the defeated monster and does a triumphant jig on its remains, almost toppling over when he leans to give Alton a better view. For all its grotesqueness, such unbridled delight is contagious. The crew can't resist smiling. When the navigator clambers back inside, he shrugs Alton's body to the floor, then props it against the wall. He unseals his helmet and turns to you. We defeated that! He holds up his hand. Look, I'm shaking. He sighs, suddenly exhausted. Oh, hey, I can do more. Hey! The fluke is dying. So, crew member. Fuck's sake, I still failed a 74% chance. Oh, I hate how much I failed that 74 check. Always. Just want to progress that. Why must you do this to me, game? Why? Why, oh why, oh why? Oh, that was a Vulcan tank right there. Okay. Oh, who am I to say no to a free Vulcan Tankerai corpse? Actually, to be fair, I did kill it. I did kill it. Oh, hi. Bye. I said goodbye. You'll just have to deal with it. And places to be. People to see. Probably an officer to talk to. Speak with the navigator about the body. About the battle, rather. So like to talk about the body, but about the battle. Was the fight all he'd hoped for? A new goal. Did you know that King Gessar once wrestled a giant tiger? Seems the battle with the monster's already well out of mind. Can you imagine that? Man versus tiger. I've never even seen a tiger. Not a real one. I would love to see one. We could show Alton, too. He nods towards the corpse, which is propped upright against the wall. It is wearing a top hat adorned with a particularly garish feather. There are no tigers native to the heavens. If you want to see one, you have to find a magician, one skilled with mirrors. Perhaps the magician at Palmyr and Plenty's can assist. Go behind the big tent to speak with him. Hey, to the circus! Sweet mercies gather. Alright, we have a delivery for you, Piranesi. This makes my eyes itch. You know, I'm not surprised. And dock. Explore the gardens of Piranesi. Things are quiet outside the prison. The doors rarely open to let newcomers in, and almost never to let reformed prisoners out. The chaplains busy themselves caring for their small garden. Has no flowers, only exquisitely tended weeds. Contemplate the sculptures. Ekulid would not approve of their impossible angles. The sculptures of Piranesi follow no law but chaos. The chipped marble juts in and around itself, its polyhedrons offering no perceptible start, end, or often middle either. Fascinating. You could stare at them for hours. In fact, you do. I will sell that. The chaplain assigned to the kitchen takes the fresh meat, makes a small incision, and peels off the fur. Hangs it ready to be smoked, dried, and served to the prisoners as a special treat. Lovely, eh? Sure, it's fine. Looks like we could do another deal here. His hood hides the worst of him. Glistening deformer. Into Piranesi. A knotted, multi-jointed limb unwinds from the glistening deformer's sleeve. With surprising dexterity, he plucks an iron lamp from a high shelf. "Follow me," he commands. You follow him out of the cottage, up the gravel path, to the doorstep of Piranesi. Footprints are worn into the stone. He has no key. He unfurls a notched, scabbed finger from his unpleasant limb and slides into the keyhole. The door opens with a click, and you follow the deformer into the darkness. Deeper into Piranesi, the deformer takes down his hood. Tangled flesh recoils in the cold air. He has eyes in all the wrong places. A dozen different varieties of mouth gulp in unison. Better. Tension has drained from his voice. Welcome to the Warrens. You descend into a brick-walled pit, larger than a quarry. At the center stands a colossal column, honeycombed with tunnels. The hole so small you couldn't squeeze an arm inside. One gaunt prisoner sits atop a spiked wheel, casually aiming a rifle at the deformer's head. Like, there's obviously just Vigilante's progress. While the deformer has stumped off to address a cluster of prisoners clinging to the central column. Insist that the rifleman lower his gun. It won't do to have your chaplain's head blown off this early into a tour. Quietly encourage the rifleman to shoot the deformer. It would leave you lost in Piranesi, but it might be worth it. Let's do this first. Follow deformer. Dialogues with the unaltered. Haggard prisoners cluster on ledges like gargoyles, clinging by fingertips and tailbones. Most still look human. The Warrens are your salvation, says the deformer. Become glorious like me. Majesty in monstrosity. Beauty in abomination. One shivering wrench hops down. A volunteer, asks the deformer in delight, nudging him toward a tunnel far narrower than he is. But on seeing the tunnel, the would-be volunteer changes his mind and backs away. Stay out of the tunnels. Persuade the the deformer, I believe. Physical change is enough to escape Piranesi. Walk away, allow the deformer to continue his grim work, or persuade the prisoner to enter the tunnel. The deformer looms over the poor fellow. How do you expect to escape here without the will to transform? Alteration. You offer reassurance and hope, far more soothing than the deformer's sharp questions. Your words of encouragement take a moment to sink in. Finally, the prisoner nods, braces himself, and kneels down. He begins to work himself gradually in the tunnel, with a series of agonizing pops and cracks. Some of the deformer's mouths smile in your direction. Well spoken. Following the volunteer's example, a few of the surrounding prisoners clamber down and search for an unoccupied tunnel of their own. Deference to the deformer, and a tale of terror. Let's insist that the rifleman lowered his gun. It wouldn't do to have our chaplain's head blown off, indeed. Another deference to deformer. The pragmatic vigilante. The rifle-wielding vigilante is a gaunt fellow, eyes deep-set and gleaming, cheekbones sharp as cut glass. His curly hair would sit much better on a fuller, healthier face. On hearing your protest, he pulls the trigger a few times, generating a chorus of unassuming clicks. Click, 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 click. Ain't loaded. Burned through my ammunition long ago. Except this. He points at a bullet hung around his neck, on a length of string, saving it for a rainy day. You notice the deformer gazing thoughtfully in your direction, with at least 3 of his eyes. Perhaps he appreciates your intervention on his behalf, however unnecessary. Gives a hand, he says. Need a change if I'm to escape this place, right? But I'm a stubborn fella. Not one much prone to introspection, if you catch me drift. He gestured hopelessly at the Warrens. You'd have a shape in mind as I crawl through, or else I'll just be squished to mush. Any suggestions? I'll help him alter himself. You shouldn't take the deformer's words to heart. Encourage him to find another way to change. Changing his shape might not prove enough for Pernassi. Offer to help. You can bring moments of inspiration to help the vigilante think of his new form. Interesting. Is that how it goes? Alright, well, no reason not to say now. Offer to help. The vigilante salutes. Much obliged. I'll be here if you think of anything. Moment of inspiration. Where change isn't enough. He should abandon his grudges and his enemies. But not having any the first rule of Heroncy. That worries me. Inspiration to the pragmatic vigilante. Oh, I need so many moments of inspiration. So many. Let's just leave for now. As you leave the horns, the deformer sighs and raises his hood. He says nothing more for a long time. Completed tour. The deformer stumps back up the stairs, squelching with every footstep, and you hurry at his heels. The glistening deformer strides before you, putting his hood back in place. Up narrow stairs, over precarious bridges, beneath crumbling bartizans. The architecture seems to have changed since you last walked here, but it's as jumbled and oppressive as ever. You become gradually aware of cold breath on the back of your neck. Something has fallen behind you, its footfalls perfectly matching your own. In a hushed voice, you let the accompanying chaplain know that you've become prey. Continue walking, stiff-necked. Don't look back. I'm tempted to just not look back, because the alternative seems, seems like something bad could happen. well, we can at least say this. See what's the dialogue. The follower. The deformer tells you not to worry. It's probably just one of the abominations he had a hand in creating. Maybe the thing with the many-jointed arms, or the leech boy. They're fine people, he insists, though they don't take too kindly to strangers in their territory. Okay, don't look back. Do not look back. You force yourself not to look back. After a few moments, you no longer feel the breath on your neck. From the corner of your eye, you catch a shadow flitting between patches of darkness. The thing behind you is gone. This is the only one I haven't done, and there's a special dialogue for it. It tells you that this is the second of your 3 tours. The other chaplains wearily correct him. Into Piranesi. The glib performer hoots with laughter. He grabs an iron lamp from a high shelf and hurries you from the cottage. We shall be the very best of friends, you and I. He prods and shoves you up the gravel path to the doorstep of Piranesi. Footsteps are worn into the stone. He has no key. He simply stands back, whistles sharply, and the grand oak door opens without further protest. There is nothing and no one on the other side. You follow the performer as he dashes into the dark. Come, the bridges and balconies. Come, the performer leads you up a staircase so steep it rapidly becomes a ladder. Down below, the others stop me from having my fun. At the top, you find yourself among bridges and precarious ledges. Vapor swirls between your feet. Oh, hi! Hey, Chili, hello! Welcome in with the raid of 18! Hello, everybody! Hello, everybody indeed! Ratlord Ali, hello! Welcome, Raiders, one and all. Welcome in, everybody. If one does not know me, I typically go by Narem. I'm very much a variety streamer who plays an eclectic mix of games, and tonight I am playing Sunless Skies, a fun, very story-based game full of elder cores and the like that are out to kill you. Hello, welcome in everybody. Chili, thank you very much for the resubscription. 4 months. Honestly, I can't believe it's been 4 months. To be perfectly honest, I almost can't believe that, but thank you so much and so kindly for the subscription. Y'all certainly help keep me going and fed and all that good stuff, so thank you all very much. Thank you, J Chili, and very much thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? What were you all doing this lovely evening? What chaos were you all up to? I'm always curious how your deals went. Oh, and by the way, we're in a prison. A very spooky prison. We're not a prisoner, though. We're just a guest. Went really well. We're playing the new Sonic game. Ah, okay then. I've watched a little bit of someone else playing it. I've never played a Sonic game myself, but glad it went well, and glad I presume that you probably have been enjoying yourself so far. So glad to hear that. Definitely from what I've seen of it, it definitely seemed like almost Sonic mixed a little bit with Breath of the Wild, which is fair enough. Very fair enough. Peronsi. Really good one. They seem like they finally figured out how to make a 3D Sonic game work a little bit better. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm definitely sure people who are Sonic fans of that sort of thing are very, very pleased about it. Person I was watching definitely seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit, so glad to hear that it's good and going well. Good for the people who enjoys that stuff. So I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Very, very glad indeed. 2 more great runes. Eda murdered Rykard and Malkath, but I don't know where to find both. Literally everyone else has been dealt with. You'll find them. Just keep on poking around. You'll find things. Although I will admit, Elden Ring can be a little bit, vague at times, but yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Rykard is indeed the tricky one. You need to do some specific things to acquire sort of progress on that. Yeah. You're correct. You're very correct on that one. He's kind of the tricky one of the bunch. It's a little bit less of a natural progression for them. You almost have all the runes. Yeah, just keep on working at it. Keep on exploring around. There's always things to find. Very much always things to find. And I definitely wish you luck on that, Accord. Because, yeah. Yep. It is definitely the trickier deal. Want me to have all the runes before ending the game? Fair enough. Okay, I have no idea where Ronnie is. Yeah, Ronnie is pretty alright. I think that's the first ending I actually happened to stumble upon. It actually was the ending I stumbled upon. So, yeah, fair. Very fair. Alright, let's start over with this dialogue, because I have no clue where I left off on. Come, the performer leads you up a staircase so steep, it rapidly becomes a ladder. Down below, the others stop me from having any my fun. At the top, you find yourself among bridges and precarious ledges. Vapor swirls below your feet. The performer dances across dizzying drops. And when you come upon a cluster of prisoners, he begins tripping and prodding them with glee. One is knocked from her perch, and only saved when she clings to a gargoyle. Join in, he says. It's a terrible good time. Oh, is that a theory? A full moon kicks off a hunt in Bloodborne. Huh. Never heard of that theory. Never heard of that theory at all. But fair enough. But then again, I've not played Bloodborne because I don't have access to any sort of console stuff in that regards, and thus it remains forever out of my grasp. Roll a d20. Okay. D20 goes, and that is a 6. Not the most ideal roll, a 6. But there's a little bit worse. But a 6 is a 6. You take it because it rolled it. As a performer for information, can I tell you about Peronsi and the other chaplains? Help torment the prisoners. That's the spirit, declares the performer, poking an old lady firmly in the eye. Refuse to mistreat the prisoners. You're not a brute. Not without reason. Odds around the Lord aren't looking great. Six is the best odds to base yourself upon, but there's been worse. Theory is that each optional ending kicks off a different From Software franchise, connecting the games together. Huh. Interesting. Not sure if it's true or not, but that's certainly the deal with the vagueness of the Souls-like games. You never really know, but fair enough to try to piece together theories on that. Yeah, even you too. Just have to keep at it, and progress will be made. 3 fingers at him because I want this fight to end. The glib performer. You rack your brain and soon come up with torments that you suspect will amuse the performer. You dangle prisoners over lengthy drops by their ankles, or lift them bodily and leave them on high ledges from which they can't escape. By the time you're finished, there are tears of laughter streaming from the performer's empty eyes. Oh yeah, by the way, our guy has no eyes. This reminds me of an old joke, he says. Why didn't this skeleton go to the dance? You reply that you don't know, because years earlier, he was murdered by his tour guide. The performer beams and leads you further up a spiral staircase. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It's not like he's our guide or anything. Yes, you've gained a tale of terror and 2 terror. Shocker. Yeah, From Software will never confirm it even if they did intend it. They like things to be vague. No kidding. No kidding indeed. It very, very much has not learned it. They very, very much are vague about their deals, without a doubt. Follow the performer up corkscrew stairs and across walkways as wide as your hand. The floor is sickeningly far below. Take an Elden break. Thormanto and Estelle ruined my serotonin high. Yeah, sometimes you just need a break from that game. It can be difficult. It can be very difficult. Level 81, though, from 60. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice. I mean, I didn't find the level up person for the longest. I didn't find the option to level up or the horse for the longest time in my playthrough, so you're definitely probably making better progress than I was in that respect. I mean, I eventually found it. Eventually. Just somehow took me way longer than it should have. I think I was 160-ish when I finished the game. We were beefy. Yeah, I don't remember where I left on, but I got pretty beefy by the end of, like, 3 playthroughs, I'm sure. It's just like, there's like a 20-hour section at the beginning of the Elden Ring, maybe 20 hours-ish? Yeah, I think 20 hours sticks in my head, somewhere around then, give or take a little bit, but there are 20 hours at the beginning of the game that I, for some reason, did not unlock leveling up or the horse. For some reason, I just did not unlock it. I have no idea how. I just didn't. And well, I was trucking a lawn for a while like that until I finally somehow just unlocked it by resting at a random place. It was certainly a journey, those first hours. Oh, what was the place called? Let's see here. Let's see here. What is the zone called again? Trying to remember. Oh, right. Yes. And not only had I not unlocked the horse or leveling during that period of time, but I also fell into the trap chest that took me to Caelid. So, yeah. That also happened. So I was in Caelid without leveling or a horse, just trying to figure out my way around that place. Yeah, it was an experience. It was an experience, alright. It was unique, that's for certain. And I certainly gained a healthy respect for Caelid, to say the least. You know, being stuck in there as is. Yeah. All the way to the Divine Bridge. That's the other one that can tend to be fallen into, I've noticed. That is certainly the other one, yeah. But a more forgiving one than the Caelid one. Which is saying something, but the Caelid the Kaled mine one is just vicious. Because it puts you at a mine, but not near anything to do with it. It's like, ah, I see. This is my life now. This is my life now. Fun times. Fun times. Glad I saved all the VODs of those. They were fun times. Even if I was still getting used to streaming and all my setup and the like. It was still fun times. Finally, he stops at the threshold of a grand stone bridge, beneath a cracked arch. He turns to you, lifting his spectacles and scratching at the withered interior of an eye socket. Ugh. It's too dangerous for us to go further, unless you've learned the first and second rules of Piranesi, he says. You haven't learned them? Then we should return to the gate, says the performer, grinning. Come back when you're a veteran of this place. Alright, fair enough. The performer leads you down, down, down to Piranesi's main door, and then out into the light and air, where the sky seems dizzyingly wide. He bows mockingly, turns on his heel, and skips back to the chaplain's cottage. Complete tutor. Think I would have started the game over if I ended up locked in Kaled without a horse or leveling. That is fair. Maiko would not let the golem live, especially to the time of level 24. Yeah, I think I stumbled upon that as well, relatively early too, but yeah. The thing is, J Chili, I certainly didn't know better, and I was just confused to how I hadn't unlocked leveling, but at the same time I had this morbid stubbornness that just pressed me to just keep on poking around as long as possible until I'd finally unlock leveling. So I was around places, just exploring everywhere, because that's what I do in open world games. I just explore. Dangerous, but I do so. And oh boy, did I do a surprising amount without a horse or leveling, and being none the wiser to how to do things. Oh, a chance encounter. As you leave, you come across the glistening deformer in the cottage's herb garden. He's wearing his hooded robes, but he's stuffed gardening gloves over the sleeves, and is engaged in a the futile attempt to stamp his shovel into the stony soil. We're currently indisposed, he grunts, noticing you for the first time. We'll be open to visitors again in 2 weeks. As you turn to leave, he finally manages to embed his spade into the ground, and levers up something tendrilled and twitchy from the soil. Don't worry about it. Did you guys ever go back and kill the grafted Sion from the start of the game? Oh, certainly. Certainly. Once I figure out how to get back there, oh, you can't just not get vengeance on the matter. You can't just not get vengeance. Hey, Chili! Thank you very, very much for the gift sub, to Geeky Dolphin. Thank you greatly, and I hope you enjoyed the subscription, Geeky Dolphin. Congratulations, and thank you both for gifting the gift sub, and for being a constant presence in my streams, Geeky Dolphin. It is always appreciated. All y'all are always appreciated. Thank you ever so kindly. Yes, indeed. The Narem Heart emote. It is a good emote. I like all my emotes. Therion did a wonderful job with all of them. They are all great emotes. So, enjoy the emotes too, because yeah, they did well with them. They did very well with them. Okay, that's enough of prison. Let's go back to Pan. My new train. But yeah, definitely thank you very so much, Chili. You're always so incredibly generous, and I greatly greatly, greatly appreciate it, always. You're a good person, and I am glad to have made, and I'm very, very glad to have made your acquaintance. Lamentations of a Scry, Spencer. Hopefully we don't run into too many of those. Hopefully, as our terror rises. Wait, do I risk it? Yes. Meow. And now we inspire speed. Because speed. The crew are uneasy. You don't say. Pan is that away. Weathered ruins. We don't have anything insane yet, but we do have plans. Really a sprightly little engine, this new one. Actually, really, really liking it. It's got cool, unique sounds to this locomotive. And it's really, really quite maneuverable in comparison to the one I was using. Which is probably no surprise, considering the other one was just a juggernaut, but... nice to be able to turn effectively here, that's for damn sure. And smoothly into dock. It is the hour of trumpets, when demons roam the streets. Prisons are forbidden, Pan. Yep, it's the Brayson Brigade hunting again, Annie with the calf sign. But they don't always discriminate, so, yep. We stay inside a ship again. You huddle in the galley over Murgatroyd's fungal crackers and a ration of whiskey. Outside, trumpets blare. A scream interrupts your forced conversation. You finish the crackers in silence. Eventually, the idol's merry piping changes to a lifting lullaby. The hour of trumpets is over. Don't worry about it, it's fine. It's not fine. But don't worry, it's fine. Let's see here. More souls for Caduceus. Alright, I do want to do that, and the Murgatroyd run, T for Achilles. A merchant waits for rescue by a still smoking locomotive. We were running tea to the Murgatroyd family in Achilles when we got hit by the Candlewind. It devoured the cargo and most of our supplies. Had to turn back. He asks you a few delicate questions. Seems the Murgatroyds are still waiting for 5 caddies of dried tea. Okay. And tea. So we go to our bank. We'll pop in the bat. The bat can just kind of stay there. It'll be fine. Pop those one in. Let's see here. Jumble of undistinguished souls. I believe that was 5. Yes, and 5 caddies of tea, which we actually surprisingly do have. Okay, okay. That works out. Then we have weapons and armor. That's alright. Those 45 we don't have. Here's the one we want. We need exactly 12 crew for it, so we might need to hire on people. Kinado Station. Oh, right, I can deliver rubbermen. Long as they need. 100 more sovereigns. Excellent. Perhaps wondering whether coming here was a terrible mistake. Godspeed. Recruit new crew. That's 50 of what we just got. Higher hearts, the more reliable this will be. Well, we have decent hearts. So, new faces. We got two. Okay, I can accept that. You managed to identify a handful of crew you think won't disappoint, abandon, or murder you. You know, always ideal. Not being murdered by your crew. Excellently ideal, in fact. Okay. The Tisiphone. A brass stallion of an engine, forged in the smoky, incandescent engine yards of unfathomable pan. It was built by devils, using an ancient abyssal law furnace. This furnace permits bursts of infernal speed, with sufficient crew of 12 or plus, 125% movement speed, 150% fuel consumption, 150% full steam speed. In comparison to our current one, 10% more movement speed, and 20% more of the other one. Okay then, time to invest into this. And now do a whole bunch of trading with it because, yeah, we need to get our money back up. And we shall equip it in. We can boop that one out. Let's see here, can we sell those sort of things? I don't actually recall if we can actually sell those sort of deals. Selling, okay, I guess we can sell some of these. Here's the Absolute, the Uninvited. Don't worry about those ones. Those ones are equipped. Okay, we can sell some of our excess deals here. And we should. Bronzewood plating in you can go in. It's here, that regular one. The Jerusalem. A couple of those, because we don't need all of those. The Shivering Gemmy we can ditch. And the Emanation probably too. Yeah, so this is the fastest normal speed engine. That makes sense. It is a tier 4, and thus it should in principle be the fastest, without a doubt. The quest engine I mentioned before has faster full steam speed, though, and slightly less fuel consumption. Ah, okay. I will have to keep an eye out for matters. I can't sell all of these things here, but I can sell a couple of them at least. Yeah, okay, I can just sell these Proclaimed Marauder Mongols and the Shimmering Chippy, but... oh well, it's a little bit of cash back in the bank. Speaking of which, these go back into the bank. Alright, and we will definitely want fuel. Want fuel for our journey ahead. Okay, good. That's a little bit more of a comfortable margin in my head. I'm very glad for it. Let's see here. Anything else to... oh! Hi, new option. The Admiring Engineer. A slouching man with a wistful, watery smile is pacing around your locomotive. Beautiful machine, he says. Beautiful. You ask him if you can help him with something. Oh, no, just an aficionado. Is that a Tisiphone you have in her? Marvelous engine. Got some kick to it, eh? I once worked on the next generation of it, you know, until... he holds up his hands. They're scarred and twiggy from old burns. Engage him in conversation. An improved version of the Tisiphone. Intriguing. Oh right, you require the Tisiphone to start the quest. Ah, what do you know? Ah, what do you know? How convenient that. I mean, I'll take it. An experimental engine. It was never finished in the end, too ambitious. Although, he leans close. My old partner, and he names a certain diabolical contriver, is still working on it. She moved to the wreck of the Behringer. Less oversight there. If you like your engines spirited, you should seek her out. In fact, he says, as if the thought had only just occurred to him, perhaps you could give her this? He hands you a crumpled letter. Been a while since we spoke, you see. He shakes your hand, his is rough and inflexible, and drifts away into Pan's crowds. This will begin a quest for an exotic engine, suited only for skilled and reckless captains. The wreck of the Behringer can be found in the rough vicinity of Langley Hall, close to Wolf's Manse. Oh hey, I found the place already. Well, that's gonna help. That matters. Okay then, I guess I'm starting on that quest. We might as well indeed. After we stop by and deliver this tea. Because money. So if we go to Achilles here, we can then just go back out and somewhere around that way to the wreck of the Behringer. Okay then. Let us go to the place of tea and spices. And probably not explore the marsh again. I don't think we want to go insane once more. As amusing as it was, I'm not sure we want to go insane once more. So we're now going to be chugging through fuel. Hi, bye. Like, oh, hi, Dowser. Don't mind me, just carrying on. Okay, once I have a clear avenue, which is probably once I'm past... Probably around here, should be good. Yeah. Speed! Best engine on the boats in the sea had a nice lore too. I think it's very interesting lore of that engine. Yeah, the... Oh, I'm blanking on the name of that engine, but I know exactly what you're talking about from the Tireless Mechanic, and it is indeed a wonderful engine. It's a very wonderful engine, in fact. Even the biggest ship goes zoom with that one, and it has very good lore behind it on top of it, so yeah, glad to hear that, that this has interesting lore behind it too. Always great to have good lore behind the items you have, especially for exotic stuff like this. You cross the chilly marshes. Don't trust the mist. They reveal things that are not there, and conceal things that are. Fulgent impeller, something like that. It's like just pestering at my head, the name of that engine in Sunless Seas. Fulgent impeller is what's coming to mind right now. The distant bellow of Hojoto tells you that there is another battle taking place at the monastery gates. It would be easy enough to ignore it, but both sides would likely be grateful for assistance. Help Sigrid's ringbreaker urchins, help the attackers. This is none of your affair. Find losing battle preserving the monastery. The princess has good lore too. Yeah, she does have intriguing lore to it. If you don't want to although I worry because what I do know about her makes me worry that the things in this would make you not want to sleep ever again, but let's help the urchins. A successful route. Hoshotoho! Hoshotoho! Your crew descends on the melee, wielding what weapons you have to hand, and a few heavier tools from the engineer's private collection. The ringbreakers take a moment to regroup before their Valkyr, Sigrid, leads a fresh charge that leaves the attackers battered bruised and not a little humiliated at being defeated by children in homemade armor. Their situation improves little as Sigrid orders them stripped of their weapons and march through town in their unmentionables to join their fellow reprobates in the Ringbreaker's makeshift brig. Later, a small child appears bearing a parcel. To say thanks, the child scurries off before you open it. It's a cache of curiosities. A collapsed jewelry box. Something precious has been concealed. A twinkle of gold upon a bed of velvet. A piece of worn jewelry. A name is inscribed on it, too faded now to read. Hey, 17 sovereigns. I'll take it. Patrolling with the Rainbreakers. A patrol is just leaving, and you are welcome to join it. Once in the poison mist of the swamp, they lower their weapons and begin to play. You quickly find yourself in the middle of a game of hide-and-seek filled with unusually advanced tactics. Join the game with the Rainbreakers. Not a game, their leader insists. Strategic training. Hunt for tea poachers in the swamp. A few tea breakers are willing to join you in actually doing their duty. Or forage in the swamps. The Rainbreakers are willing to help you look for verdant seeds. Ooh. First things first, let's do this. More munitions. Let's sell our tea for a good supply of money. Amberly Murgatroyd's assistant looks irritable as she digs through the tea with her hands. I don't understand. Where are the microfilms, the manila folders? She sighs. Never mind, we'll sell it anyway, I'm sure. I see. I see. Well, nah. Okay, so can we boost up our irons by a little bit? If we wanted to hunt those people. 2 irons, 6 irons. Oh, wait, I need to click on that to do it. Mirrors, irons definitely is there. Irons is definitely on that one. And that is irons 2. Doesn't give us a whole lot of options, but let's see what percentage that boosts us up to here. 80%. Hunt for tea poachers in the swamp. A few Rainbreakers are willing to join you in actually doing their duty. Alright, cool, we did success. A successful hunt. While the Rainbreakers are at your back, you effortlessly track and surprise a group of marsh poachers. The Rainbreakers tie their hands behind their backs with vines and give you first pick of their illegal goods. Oh hey, I made up one of my caddies of dried tea back. Hey! Alright, switch back to you, and everyone else should be good. Should be. Probably good. Loading market. Anything for us to flame it? If we wanted to get rid of one of our cats, we could do it like that. I want to convince them in a positive manner. So we don't deal with that approach. I'm curious about the other approach. The put them in places they want to be, instead of driving them off through fear and such. I don't know. We'll see how things go. Into the marshes. Let's not. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay then, so next up, well, we stop by the wreck of the Behringer. Yeah, let's go there. See about this engine. This exotic engine that has been declared to us. Do you sell good stuff? Yes, you do. Okay. You sell all the supplies I could need, so off we go. Your pangolin curls into a ball. It refuses to come out until you return to a more sensible speed. Aw, my poor penguin. You're so perfect and adorable, and it does not like going at these speeds, clearly. I'm sorry, little one. I'm sorry. Taking a risk to get water. Yeah. I can't Tinkerai, I can't Tinkerai. Oh, that was a bit close. Just a little bit. God, the music goes hard. Yes, it does. The music in Elden Ring goes very hard. Very, very hard indeed. Without any doubts on that accord. And an edge... no. When it's unknown territory, which worries me. No, Godfrey music, yeah. Alright, just a minor dent. That could have been worse. Godfrey, right. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of music in Elden Ring that just very much goes. Ah, the candle wind. Chaos in the galley as the Citrix hats bounce off the walls, to the consideration of the crew. Pass through the roofs, an archipelago of silent ruins. There's an Empyrean vessel there. They're trying to fight something. I hate that we're going on the candle wind, but we'll get out of it in due course. That's why I'm speeding through it. Just gotta get off. Oh god, that's Curator in here. Bye, Curator. Bye, Curator. Bye, Curator. See, you're stuck in the candle wind as well, I see. But we're free. We're free. Through all of the terror we have gained from that, we are free. And Godwin is the one that's dead, boss alive, his soul is cleaved away with destined death, his body's still alive, still lifeless. I honestly can't remember. Because I am horrible with the names, and there are a lot of names in Elden Ring that sound so much alike. It is so hard for me to keep straight the names in Elden Ring. Just... yeah. Hope the gods are happy, your driver says. Canowin can hound this place. Yeah, I've noticed. Reckon the Behringer. A dozen figures in heavy coats hang from the side of the wreck, waving joyously as your engine docks. You return. You step into the Behringer's halls to a swelling crowd and a babble of cheery greetings. Everyone is wearing a mask. Welcome back, says the unassailable founder, shaking your hand. We'll put on this for now. What matters? Gonna approach the unassailable founder, and then swap stories with her, because we can talk. And it reduces my terror, which we need. Oh wait, I can't find her with the mask on. Okay, fair enough. Alright, we are turning around. Like, oh hey, weren't you just here? Yeah, I made a mistake. Seek out the diabolical, the contriver. She is said to be working on an experimental engine somewhere on the Behringer. A goat demon stands guard. Goat demons were common in old London, but are rarities in the sky. Oh yeah, goat demons! Hey, goat demons! Most of them remain behind in the damp and the gloom where some say the devils invented them. This one is typically harassed and enormous. Its hooves are planted squarely before the door to the contriver's laboratory, its arms folded across its chest. It huffs in warning. A little pilot flame stands from its nostrils. Tell you have a letter for the contriver from the admiring engineer. It is probably of the utmost importance. Or invoke your academic credentials. You carry several letters of recommendation for just such occasions. They should convince the goat demon you can provide assistance to the contriver. 3 affiliation academe. Drop a name. Perhaps you know someone of import, someone with connections to the devils in their ilk. Cryptic benefactor, I see. Try to bribe it. Goat demons covet rare souls. No one's sure what they do with them. Ah, and there's a background deal. Simply nod and answer. The devils know you. Their servants should too. I'm gonna assume anyways that that's a background related deal. Invoke your academic credentials. Admittance. The goat demon peers at the letters. Its face folds horribly with the effort of concentration. It grinds its flat, yellow teeth. Its eyes narrow and begin to smoke. At length, satisfied by the length and complexity of the words, the demon pushes the door open for you. Behind is a section of the Behringer's hold, walled off and converted into the contriver's workshop. The diabolical contriver is lean and brusque. Her hard bun of hair is threaded with gray. She is assisted by several industrious devils, somehow still dapper in lab coats and spectacles. They are hard at work on an experimental engine of unfathomable complexity. Its components are so small, so delicate, that the devils don't use spanners and screwdrivers, but tweezers and silver pins. Don't worry about that last one, we don't have that option. Introduce yourself. You want to know more about her work. Perhaps the letter from the admiring engineer will break the ice. Old mistakes. The contriver doesn't even read the letter before tossing it into a nearby furnace. I don't believe in repeating old mistakes. He was a tolerable husband, but a mediocre scientist. I found more satisfactory collaborators. The devils smile cheerily. I was frank about my priorities when he first courted me. You change the subject. Admiring the half-built engine, you ask a few well-informed questions. The contriver is intrigued. In point of fact, there are certain practical matters in which we could do with some assistance. Would you be willing to help? You have introduced yourself to the diabolical contriver. Discuss how you can assist. If you help us complete this prototype, the contriver informs you, and if it works, you can keep it. This is only a step towards my eventual goal. Ooh. Cutting-edge scientific inquiry. The theory is sound, but we have several practical requirements. Oh, pardon me there. She ticks them off on her fingers. We need a work in the language of the heavens, a conflagration word to light the law furnace. We need the soul of a griever. One of my associates will accompany you to do the needful. A petite devil with a polite smile steps forward. She carries something long and narrow, wrapped in silk. And we need a substantial amount of Navartine gemstones. For technical reasons. Can you furnish us with all of these materials? 7 casks of gemstones, so we're gonna need more of those. Soul of a griever, and a searing enigma. And the contriver's collaborator has joined your crew. For Soul of a Griever. Okay. We can deliver a searing enigma already. Certain laws of science impede our work. We have a law furnace that will allow us to unmake those laws, but the thing is a devil to light. How fitting. Ignition. The law furnace is a squat, brutish machine of black iron, currently cold. You lean close and whisper a word in the language of the suns. Lazy flames lick at your throat, and something catches light in the firepan, a flickering blue ember. The devils hurry forward to feed it with statute books and transcripts of court judgments, and stern tablets from the Blue Kingdom. Gradually, the fire grows. You ask the contriver which laws she needs to break to make her engine. Just one, she says. The law that determines what can be alive. Ooh, oh my. Okay then. We need the soul of a griever and a lot of gemstones. You know where to buy gemstones. Wave goodbye. So, places where we got gemstones before, Parency. So how many ports have I explored? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there one I'm missing, or is Pan number 7? It might be. Either way. Crepusculus. Either way, Langley Hall, and then down to Caduceus. Langley Hall is just to make sure we're fully stepped up on that business. On our fuel and supplies, I mean. What I meant to say. And now we are on watch for a griever. Bronzewood here in the Briarwoods. I hear Scorn Luke. Can't say is it up or down? The answer is very much down. Liza, bless your cheeks and tan. The last lamppost. Oh wait, I actually discovered the last lamppost already. Oh, careful of that. Yeah, that is indeed the last lamppost. Strange fellow. Strange ideas. I don't know why what this thing was trying to fight, but, you know. In for a penny, in for still being spiteful that I'm still haven't been able to get this 74% chance of success. Thank gods, I finally got it. A familiar feeling nightmare. One by one, your crew volunteer. One by one, they open their sky suits and press themselves against the spine of the dying Fluke. The bristles pierce forearms, shoulders, in one case, a neck. Only one lingers too long and cannot pull herself back. That night, you dream of exile. You wake abruptly, bitter with loneliness, desperate for warmth. In the dead of night, you meet the volunteers in the engine room. Each shares the dream fragments that remained on waking. I remember my brother, sister, as vast as a church. The sky, bruises purple, black as stout. But the storms, as violent and beautiful as music. I woke crying. I turned to the source. I lost it. Was it my fault? I need to go home. You commingled your choirs. You've gained 1 Syrian Enigma. You've lost 1 crew. And 3 terror. Another crew member lost. But finally did it. I boosted my commingle your choirs up on that accord. He does it. And a boop. So your grand clear out. It's just crockery. I have a lot of crockery sitting around. We don't need crockery. What has been since your last visit? Can we get a port report here? Yes, we can. Otherwise, we do not want to go back there because we have made no progress on that matter. Alright, shops. Ooh. A bombsonous bargain. Ravenscourt and Stamford make a healthy profit selling academic robes for graduation ceremonies. They insist that only light-drinking bombazine cloth is acceptable at such occasions. Bombazine is splendid but expensive, so there's a bustling second-hand market in used robes among impoverished scholars. One such secret market is taking place now. Oh, need it exactly for what I have. This is a good chunk of the money I just got, but this is a worthy investment in the matter. This is a very worthy investment. Because we don't have many of those. But it is a deal that comes up here in far as trade delivery, so this is an investment. This is very, very, very much an investment. So let's see here. Caduceus, and then let's pop back to Eagle's Imperium, maybe. Or pop back to there, but... It's like, or pop back to Pan and then go back down there, but... Okay, that's just the same. We don't need to worry about that. So, time for speed. To not run into anything, that's for damn sure. Deep in the waste of words. Ah, yes, waste of words. Hi. Bye. Wait, we need that. Okay, and now the Scornfluke is guarding our prize. Which means we now need to deal with this thing too. Oh, bitch is trying to leave me. Alright, let's grab this while we're here before it, like, vanishes or something. I don't know if it does, but I don't want to find out. Extract the Griever's soul for the diabolical contriver. You order your driver to get as close as possible. It isn't easy. In its dying throes, the Griever vomits up old, semi-digested spaces that it devoured long ago. One moment is mere yards away, the next, a mile. The Devourers of Distance. The petite devil who the contriver assigned to assist you opens an exterior hatch, and unwraps the implement she brought with her. Usually, the instrument used to extract a soul is the size and shape of a tuning fork, but this one is the length of a billhook, and triply pronged. She thrusts it into the Griever's maw, twists, and drags out a soul like the memory lightning leaves on your eyes. Jagged, ghostly, and sharp. She wrestles it into a bell jar. So yeah, that's how you extract souls. And that's how you murder one of these things. Mingle your choir. So yeah, we did that deal, which means we're good on that accord. Now we can use this to reduce terror, because, oh gods, we need to. Thrashes and is fighting its end desperately. Alright. It does. All of the Fallen London slash Sunless related stuff has such good writing. Which is why I'm so excited for Mask of the Rose when it comes out. I am so excited for it. Mask of the Rose sounds like everything in accordance with playing up to their strengths of writing. And it's certainly why I kickstarted the game, that's for damn sure. It's not that they're making another thing and it's like, okay, I'm in on it. In on the ground floor of that one. Oh, yeah, he is here. Algeria is passing through Caduceus. Winds of elsewhere. Lord of the dark side and just reduce terror. We'll keep him here for now. We're not particularly worried about that. Sell all of these. Oh, more bombazine. The Weavers of Eleutheria. Bombazine cloth drinks light. In brighter domains, it quickly becomes soaked and impossible to work. But in Eleutheria's soft gloom, it is pliant and delicate. Weaving is a common vocation here, and bombazine can often be found cheaply. You know what? Sure. Sure. Buy some more. You could do that, but it's fine, I will leave that be. Place where the roses fall, and we can participate in another Rite of the Roses, which I am going to do. Do one more. We don't want to get rid of all our moments of inspiration, but this is one of the reasons I've been gathering up more. Kiss a rose. Rest among the roses. I don't know. What we would want to do is participate in the mystery of indulgence. But we have to, we'll have to wait for the roses to have almost faded. So, I remember this one giving me money. Yes, indeed. So, money. Money. And visions of heavens, too. Which can never go amiss. It doesn't. Money and vision heavens are a good use of this avenue. Wait until the roses have almost faded. We have a 98% chance of doing this, so that's nice. Oh, can we do more? Hey, we can do more. That's like 200 sovereigns I made off of this. 250 sovereigns or so. And we are still waiting for them to pay, so... Hey, more money. Count my money. Time for only one more activity here. And for that, participate in the mystery of indulgence. Celebrants gather in the hall of the pipers, where a field of roses bloom, purple as a Byzantine court. Reduce your hearts. Celebrants throng a crimson-masked rosebinder carrying a thyrsus. First, she draws your attention to a fountain of wine, scarlet as saint's blood. Then she gestures to the celebrants around her, their mouths red and hungry. Finally, she begins stamping in time to the beat of the drum, sounding from far below the temple. She offers indulgences. Which will you partake in? In wine, it flows like water, sweet as nectar, and strong as your heart's desire. In love, you are welcome. You are wanted. Celebrants sigh for you, as though they'd stepped into a warm bath, and dance. Here, where the music thrums in your head like the clamor of a tolling bell, it summons you. Or, in which normal option would make you wonder, hey, wait a second, why would I do this? In sorrow, give of yourself your tears. This will reduce your hearts. But if I remember right, that's the option we want. Because we have to sacrifice things to the roses. Gonna make sure matters, but I believe that is what we want. Yes it is. Yes, it is indeed. Some of the other ones are a bit more, But okay. In sorrow. Reduce your hearts by one. A rose binder offers you a chalice, decorated with serpents and devils, chained coiled to hand. They listen attentively as you recite your litany of woe. They offer a fresh perspective on each sorrow, revealing something about each encounter that you had not considered before. In every instance, it makes the memory worse. When the chalice is full, it is taken away. You have given more to the rose. Speak to the thorn maiden again. The light falls, the rose sicken, wither, and are gone, and you have lost one heart. Leave them to it. The red mass bear down upon the temple. Roses never were. Could do it again, but I want to keep a hold of some moments of inspiration just in case they would be useful for something. Is there any new dialogue from her? Aha! You have shown her willing she may trust you. A little. What is going on here? What are the rose rites? A hidden kingdom. The throne maiden smiles and beckons you close. She whispers, "There is a gate behind the glass. There is a kingdom that is not. There is a sky more sunless. There are promises that beguile and dreams that do not lie. All impossible, all attainable. This was once an escape. Now it shall be a union. 3 powers conjoined, like serpents on a staff. She leans back and looks away. Mystery. Tantalizing mystery. Alright, yeah. We'll just head to the Eagle's Imperium right now. Should be fine. Because we shall now explore stuff we haven't explored. It is always cool to explore areas I haven't explored, and there's just this huge old area that I haven't explored, so yeah, I should explore it. Nothing should stop me. Except these asteroids. They will temporarily make me divert my course because I cannot fly through asteroids. That would be breaking laws, and we're probably breaking enough laws of the universe as is, considering we just have law engines working around our engine. But it's fine. It's fine. Gonna need a lot more money for all the other deals, for all the gemstones we're being asked of as well. Need a lot more of those. Let's hop into the Midnight Belt in its certain darkness. Oh, hi Crossroads. Go Raider! Go Raider! Go Raider alert! Go Raider alert! We be careful about those because they can hurt. Yeah, those things. Those things. Alright, excellent, excellent, excellent. Go Raider! Let me search you for your treasures. The creature's wings were thin and battered even before you trained your weapons upon it. They tear when you unfold them. Its body is thin, the ridges of its ribs pressing against through the patchy dull fur. An old scar traces the shape of a sigil. Can't look at it, Captain. Makes my teeth sing. An engineer winces and turns away. Ah, sigils. What have we got here? Oh, wow. The cords of the net are stained a dark rust brown. They part reluctantly under your knife, creaking as you saw at them. There is a stone, the size of your fist and the shape of a tear, an Enfield revolver, engraved with faded initials. A tube long as your arm and thick as your thigh, hollow and smelling of sulfur. A flower with pollen acidic enough to blister steel. A rope. 48 sovereigns and another condemned experiment. Nice. Oh, and the burrow breath. Piss off, burrower. Deal with you too much. As you notice, we've run into a building here. A carnate-looking building. Carnate-looking buildings, but remarkably dark. This was once an Imperial outpost. Now it is reclaimed by darkness. Suffice to say, the Imperium have struggled for their purchase of Area 2. It's why they build up and down. Because their main place is where they've gotten about. Yep, The Changte expansion. I have totally mispronounced that, and I apologize for that severely. Oh, a curator's egg. The greed is real. Like, yes, the greed is very real. It's money in the bank. If I can get it to Pan, which will be next on the agenda, after I stop by here. Hello there. Bustle activity. Your aunt is brushing up on her Norwegian. One should regularly broaden one's mind. You know what, that works. That works. Any potential workers? Ah, this is a pretty decent place. You could also recruit 4 to 8, which is a lot. We don't need that many. Falter if you don't recruit more crew. Many potential workers lurk by the London Embassy. Their Imperium vistas have expired, and they've no way away from the port. Hire on a handful of crew. You can take your pick from those stranded here. Oh, we got the threefer. Eager workers. These few have been stuck at the Imperium for weeks. They become exceedingly tired of the weak tea offered by the embassy to keep their spirits up, and will accept reduced wages if you'll just take them away. Okay, so this is a good place for recruitment, I see. Excellent. Also, one more day on seeing if there's new bargains here. One more day. We do that, and let's see what doing things with them are for. Deliver intelligence on the house. Delivering intelligence to the official will raise your standing with the Eagle and lower it with the London Embassy. However, we have things we could achieve from this. This should satisfy the official's current need. The drop-off. A smile. A nod. An envelope passed from hand to hand under the table. A dropped machan tile draws your attention to a money pouch by your seat. You pick it up and play your next move. Careful as you are, it is unlikely that this exchange has gone unnoticed by observers from the London Embassy. Deagle currently considers you an informant. London is ambivalent. 100 sovereigns for that one solitary port report. The next one's for Peransi. Become more popular with the Imperium. We can still ask about it first, see how they feel about it. There are many interesting people within Peransi. Some of them may remain a little too interesting. If and when they emerge, a little advance warning would be valuable. Place the Majan tile on the board. Your move. Let's deliver it off then. The Eagle currently considers you a convenient informant. London disapproves of you. Oh, we need to be even more popular for actually changing over that one. Can do that. Wonder if there's any, like, dialogue out here. Delectable ones. Oh, okay, then. Khan's current interests in Caduceus. The official toys with the tile. Have you ever wondered what the devils at Caduceus get up to? They do not discuss their business with outsiders. Ordinarily, that would be their prerogative. But this close to Imperium territory, even good neighbors must regretfully become just a little inquisitive. We happen to have it. The drop-off. Indeed. You currently considers you a useful informant. London is suspicious of you. Smuggle visions of the heavens into the Empyrean. Even the Eagle's eyes only see so far. What wonders remain to be conquered? Get an unlicensed chart. Because I do at least want one of those sitting around. A stealthy exchange. The official gives you the time and the place. The electric moon casts amber shadows through the alley, in the lane of lions and unicorns. Your contact is late, and doesn't apologize for it. You provide glimpses of your travels through the high wilderness, and she repays you with intelligence straight from the Khan's vault. By mutual agreement, neither of you was here. Where do they currently stand? Ah, Caduceus again. Fair enough. That's a little bit of extra money, at least. To help out with things. Alright, up in Japan. Also see if we can get our experience for this damn place. Let's say Eagle Imperium. Is it somewhere in this little, like, above region? I just want my experience. My experience for finding this place. Honestly, yes. Sometimes there it is. Sometimes those can be very tricky to find. Surprisingly tricky to find at that. Dowsers, well, just the recipe. Okay, that is the safe route. Thus, we should head through to the safe route. Lightning and midnight abounds. Oh, yep, and hey, the Belt of Midnight experience. Watching Sunless skies while I shoot bugs in space is dwarf is fun. Ah, that is indeed the life. Sun seem and welcome here, even in Carnus. But yeah, assume Space's Dwarfs I assume that means Deep Rock Galactic, which in that case is a very, very, very fun game. A very, very fun game indeed. Observe the Hermit, experience mystery terror, which is fine. Which is plenty fine. Tally-ho, my aunt, indeed. Tally-ho. Across the heavens we blaze. This engine is definitely speedy. But it says something that there's a faster engine, which, yeah. We need Cask of Navartine gemstones for this. We're stopping by Pan just to see if there's anything more we can do here, but... well, yeah. We want to get the rest of those deals. Might cost us some money, but it's money for a good cause. It's money for a very good cause. Exactly what it means. Play solo because no friends, but still. It's still a really fun game solo. Bosco is amazingly useful. They're a good robot. The best robot. Not like Molly, who tries to kill me, but... and thus a good robot. Actually, Molly has killed me before. It's terrifyingly inconvenient when Molly kills you. Also, it does have a good community as far as pickup groups go, so that is another nice thing about it. Alright, let's get 300 sovereigns more, which would help out tremendously. Bosco best dog. Indeed. And they even slew you back. Even the robot rockin' stones. The Murgatroyd Files, Secrets Within Bombazine. What do you like playing as? I'm generally an engineer person, mostly. Yep, there you go, engineer. Yep. I do like the versatility that engineer has, and they have some fun weapons to boot. I've generally been recently going around with the smart rifle and the laser thing that just vaporizes things. Sorry, I guess that doesn't clarify as one. The consistent laser that you put down, not the cutter. The other laser. But I definitely have played as all of them, and have generally leveled up all of them, but Engineer's the one I've played with by far the most. But the others have their fun stuff as well. Let's see here. The Murgatroyd Files, Secrets Within Bombazine. Amberly Murgatroyd's assistant flags you down. That tea you brought to Achilles. It was meant to have information hidden in it for us to trade with visitors. It didn't. But Mr. Murgatroyd can't know that. I hope the mistress out. Take 7 rolls of bambazine to her sister in Lustrum, and pack it full of any old secrets you might know. In exchange, she offers you a cryptic benefactor. Lustrum lies to the west-northwest of New Winchester. You unlock this prospect through your previous deals. Huh. Oh, and more tea. Waiting for Coyotes to dry tea. I got the electricity SMG the other day, but I haven't tried it. Yeah, I didn't really use that one much, but that's because the shotgun's pretty sturdy. Shotgun's a pretty fine deal. But yeah, you're still a newbie, and that's perfectly fine. It's like, you'll generally work through things. Level 14 engineer level, 9 player level. That's fair. You'll work higher. As long as you're enjoying it, then that's what counts. That's what counts the most, in fact. Alright, let's do this, just because it has me curious. But I guess we're doing another T run as well, so... 2, 3, 4. We have a bunch of these, but we don't need to deal with them right now because we aren't going back right now. This will mean I don't see that prospect as well, which is handy. But yes, okay, more tea. And we will be getting the gemstones that we need as well. We'll be buying those out. Hopefully, I'm not sure how much overall it's going to cost us, but we'll see. We'll see. In a moment, I'll be right back. Just gotta check up on something real quick. Also, give me a moment to stretch, because I should be doing so. As well. Because, yeah. Yeah, Sunless skies. Lots of talking. Lots and lots of talking. But that's alright. Alright, so Achilles, and then to Perensi. And then back around to the wreck of the Vanisher is hopefully going to be our ideal course. Hopefully. Should be. Should all be fine. You never know, but should be fine. Ugh. I tried to slow down. The answer was I didn't do a very good job of it. I always forget that. I just forget that that's there. Tremendously awkward, to say the least, but it's alright. It's fine. Painful, but fine. Achilles. We want to go up here to Achilles. We do not want you, oh griefer. Don't mind me. I've already stolen a soul of one of y'all. Don't need to do it again, to say the least. Utheria really is a very pretty place in all respects. We must try some of the midnight tea. I already did, Incognito Princess. Without you. Because, oh dear gods, the thought of you having any of that would be terrifying. Absolutely, 100% terrifying. Now, patrolling the Green Breakers again. This time around, let's see here. Do we take a chance on getting that? Or not? Is... Fantastic question. We can try. We might see about seeing if we can get our mirrors up by however much we can, but we can try. Hearts, irons, veils, your mirrors. Don't mind me, yeah? Veils, mirrors, yes. Mirrors by 1, which technically is just fine. 66% chance. We'll go for it. Hey, success. A sack of seeds. The flora of the Reach has flourished in these poisonous swamps after being brought here by the early settlers. Some of them might not even grow into terrifying poisonous plant life that will grow throughout your engine and suffocate the life from your crew. You just have to hope that you chose the right ones. Encouraging. But it's fine, we're just gonna sell them right here. And boop. Sell for 80. Sell all of that for more money. And they're just selling for... just revolutionary surplus, so munitions. One more fuel. That should be enough to take me away. Got everyone correct back in my slots? Yes. Yes. Alright, so... better not see. Won't concern ourselves with too much there. We very, very specifically just want to get gemstones from the place. 7 total, so we need 4 more. Not like that! We're even building up to just going faster. Which is why I'm willing to make this gambit of just a purchase. Even if I'm not have a lot, a better engine, the best engine, can't possibly go amiss. Hours? Who says no? People who are doing horrible on terror, probably, but oh my god! That was 3 friggin' Scriveners! What, did I interrupt the librarian convention here? Is that what I did? Too bad, now the librarian convention is getting my guns. Yep. You damaged my hull, how dare you? And kaboom. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And some bonus bronze wood never goes amiss. I could just sell it off to something. Free resources are indeed free. Speaking of free resources, munitions! A very dead, starry-eyed captain. And mostly repaired. Mostly. Not fully, but mostly. You know, the munitions don't sell for a whole lot, but hey, they sell for something. Never know when an opportunity might arise for more boom. Never go wrong with more explosions. Never. Ever at all. Explosions are lifeblood out here. We don't have the boom, then what's the point? We'll reduce our terror. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. They're on a sale. Wages of Sinful Lives. A chaplain of Prancy offers you some of the treasures that once belonged to the prison's long-serving guests. The jewels are, he points out, no good to them in Piranesi. And if the prison is doing its work, unlikely to be of interest when they leave. Interesting, all of them will cost me a good chunk of my money, but well worth it. Well worth the investment. Because now I still have left over if there's any for an actual prospect delivery. Which, by the way, I'm going back to Pan. Just in case there's more, because we'll definitely have a desire for money. I'm skirting the line here, but gemstones at bargain prices is a good haul. It's a very good haul. Because when you sell them on a deal, you get beautiful amounts more. Sure, you could also farm for them off of the appropriate deals, but we don't have the equipment to reliably do so. Kind of what we're building up towards, really. The point being, you damn well bet I'll buy them for cheaper. Might not have actually been able to... I would have been able to afford it, but it would have been around the same price for lesser of them, and that's just silly. Crew are uneasy. I do not blame them. Speaking of which, excuse me, King Tinkerai, I have no quarrel with you. With you cranky bastards. Turn in time. Yeah. Okay, down is fine. Down is fine because I can skirt down below the nave. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Beware just the ruins sticking out from there, and all shall be well. And all manner of thing shall be well. Go to Pan. The music is so atmospheric. You bastard. You utter bastard of a dowser. Get! The good old broadside. I'll steal loot from you. Another plaque, more terror. A survivor, temporarily. You hear the ragged breathing before you turn another corner. It belongs to a member of the Dowser's crew, badly wounded, who shies from your lamp with a cry of anguish. Their wound is unquestionably fatal. They promise to tell you a truth that they have learned in their journeys, if only you'll let them die in the dark. Yeah, right. And the dark. You get to interrupt my journey back. Ah, let them eat squid. It's a Princy one, which we don't actually have any more caged catches, meaning it would be a straight up purchase, but hey, it's better than nothing. Better than nothing. Technically, if we really, really, really need money at any point, we could just sell things for just straight up here. Not as much, no, pardon me, not as much as an actual deal, but it would be serviceable, nonetheless. So, if it comes to it, but we still have like 800 odds, so it should be fine. Alright, to the wreck of the Behringer. Because we have the remaining items that have been requested of us. Thus, I would like to deliver them. Before something else bad happens. Let's be fair, we might get the candle wind. The candle wind is pretty likely. So, expect some terror and expect some supply drain. That's for damn certain. But should be a clear shot. That's just ruins, we can discard them. We have no need of the ruins, be gone. Need to go more left. Don't want to accidentally hit that asteroid out there, as that would be unideal. Definitely do want to get off to the wreck of the Behringer again. Oh. Ow. Cooperate with me, back. Cooperate with me. Oh, free loot. Free loot. Everyone likes free loot. Ah, free supply. It's even better. Oh, and a wreck. Field of freedom and gloom. Could reduce our terror by a little bit. Just gonna check one thing. Yeah, okay. No. Don't remember what other places I could potentially dispose of a place. but it's probably going to be elsewhere. Well, you say? You might as well mourn the dead on this one. But... yeah, the Well of Wonders. Maybe that is a win. No gods can't win. Can we see that description of what Will Smith was? Because I just kept flying. Oh, it's the Candlewind. I was just speeding along. Deliver the soul of a griever. There's a limit to the speed that an engine can achieve, and a limit to the speed that the human body can tolerate. Therefore, we have been forced to cheat. Eating up the miles. The contriver gives a thin, please smile when you hand over the bell jar. The grievers once devoured places that were never meant to be. Our engine will duplicate their appetites. Rather than simply propelling your locomotive, it will consume a portion of the miles before you, removing the need to traverse them. The effect will be more distance covered in less time. She seems pleased by this egregious disrespect of fundamental cosmic laws. And deliver a large quantity of gemstones. The central mechanism is too complex and precise to be fashioned from any physical material. Indeed, we must construct it from light. The gemstones will be our refractors. The radiant heat. One of the devils is a lapidarist, and begins cutting the gems into exact shapes. He carefully positions a candle in their midst, its light reflecting in brilliant beams from one jewel to another. You watch as, gem by gem, the heart of the engine is constructed from arcs of varicolored light. Once complete, it is a beating luminosity. It courses with color and dazzles the eyes. A devil encases the heart in a lead box and instills it in the center of the new engine. You bend space to go faster. Yep, we have the law furnace to break laws, we're invoking light, and we have the soul of Griever to just literally eat up the miles. Yep, warp drive in this universe. Almost. As much as you can in this universe. And through ways that are, more likely to potentially drive you insane, but, details. Complete the experimental engine. You provided everything the contriver required. Now, only the final stages of construction remain. It will take several days. This will award you an exotic engine. You have delivered Enigma, you have delivered the gemstones, you have delivered a Griever's soul. You are assisting the contriver. The Devourer of Distance. With the vital components in place, the engine comes together like the final pieces of a puzzle. Its radiant heart quickens in anticipation as the casing closes around it. Its workings more delicate than a Swiss pocket watch, click like the scuttling of 1,000 brass beetles. The contriver has already lost interest. Take it. It was only ever a prototype. The act of creating it was the point, and has taught me what I needed to know. I am eager for the real work to begin. The devils grin and flex their fingers. You lay your hand on the engine and it quivers, emitting a noise like laughter. It likes you. Aw, our engine likes us. Good little engine. The Devourer of Distance grants a reasonable increase to base speed, but a significant enhancement to full steam mode. Beware, once activated, it takes a long time to disengage. Should you ever lose the Devourer, it will return to the Behringer, and you, or another captain in this lineage, can retrieve it from here. Ooh. Devourer of Distance. Aldewa has taken her leave. Anyways, let's see if we can go to a well. Yeah, no. No particular reason. Of course, we need to cut through the frickin' candle wind, but we'll manage. We'll manage. Ugh. Gotta keep going. Oh, it actually doesn't reduce my terror. It just reduces my supplies, which is still horribly bad. Still horrendously bad at that. Careful, it takes about 3 to 5 seconds to slow down. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I don't think I have it on right now, assuming I needed to equip it, but... Yeah, I don't have it on right now. 120% movement speed compared to 125%, so... It's less movement speed, less fuel consumption by 10%, but an increase of 20% in full steam. Yep, in full steam speed. The Devourer of Distance. It is unquestionably alive, though its basic running speed isn't as high as the Tisophone's. When the Devourer reaches full speed, nothing in the skies can outrun it. But be warned, once it has started, it doesn't want to stop. Leave plenty of room to slow down. Basically, don't do what I've been foolishly doing. Ooh, also it's lighter. Let's see here. Well, we might as well. It's our one few option. Really bulging sack, it is Sovereigns. You know what? Sure. Approaching the Well of Wonders. The air is thick as treacle. Rocks rattle against the hole, thrown by the well winds. From deep in the darkness comes a sound, the tortured whine of damp violins and rusted horns, the universe tuning its instruments. Descend into the well. Holes can be repaired. Descent. Between the well's pull and the well-wind's push, your locomotive is jerked and jolted. The engine room is unbearable, but before your stokers collapse, you push through to a calm beneath the storm. A bubble of peace surrounding a floating garden. Here, a maze of pebbled paths and immaculate hedges leads only to vicious thorned bushes, which surround the island. A full half of the place is dominated by a Grecian-style theater, with seats carved out of a hill to face a stage of bone-white sand. Level 15 engineer? Nice! Congratulations! Keep on that engineering. Dot dot dot. A disturbance. Awake. The play will begin once again. This time, my story will be told. Dot dot dot. Visitors from far away. A new taste in the air. You trespass in my garden. The silence is broken. Clumsy animal footsteps. The stench of human flesh in my presence. Trespassers, you walk my paths. Pluck the fruit from my trees. Gorge yourselves unto your bellies, till your bellies ache, and your fat chins glisten with juice. Enjoy your stolen feast. You and you will join my chorus. The rest of you are not worthy of a role. You're no longer you. Now the entity is the one narrating, indeed. Wait, that's one. The captain, walking alone. The captain, yes. A different kind of soul. A spark of potential? Perhaps. We shall see. Prepare to wake up, my children. We have guests. The humans disembark to enjoy the calm my garden provides. Flower-perfumed air brushes their oily skin. Red apples burden the trees, and swollen berries cluster on every bush. They pause, cautious, but soon feasting begins. Now, does the captain explore the garden? They find themselves in a clearing, shaded by cedar and oak. Or does the captain tour my theater? Preparations are complete, but for one last thing. It is perfect. I would not permit otherwise. The trespasser captain stands on my stage to witness the entrance of the audience. Their crew fills the front row. More of their kind, recent arrivals, take the next few rows. Behind them, men of rubber and outcast bats, and buzzing devils, and the rest are of no consequence. They can only hope for the privilege of witnessing a story greater than their own. They will finally have that chance. Captain explores the garden. They find themselves in a clearing, shaded by cedar and oak. The trespasser captain approaches warily, despite the welcoming scents of afternoon tea. The tea is hot. The scones are soft and warm, dribbling with butter and strawberry jam. My guests sit frozen in their endless repast, watching eternity through blinking, unblinking, bloodshot eyes. Simon for Breach Cutter. Oh, the Breach Cutter is fun. The Breach Cutter is fun. I highly recommend you taking that assignment because the Breach Cutter is fun. Now, the captain looks closer at the lost girl, the speaker of my truth, the first of my delightful pets. She fled her life all the way down a rabbit hole. In my garden, that dream came true. So many years have not passed for her since then. continue? Yeah, we continue exploring the rest of them. Okay, good. The captain examines the restless vagabond, my king who wars. Who else could take on such a role? His wanderings followed the sun beyond the edge of any map. But all such travels must cease, eventually. The captain examines the runaway scion, a poor match for the king who speaks, but one that suffices. A prince in waiting, fleeing an extinct kingdom. I have seen the royal blood spilled many times. His veins will not endure another performance of my story. The captain pokes at the thrice dead bride. Every chorus needs its mistress. She found profit in love and death many times over. Her story should have ended at the bottom of the well, where her last victim overcame her. But the deepest wells often echo each other. When circumstances are right, their depths can bleed together. The captain considers the careless scholar. My dear Prince Apostle prepares for the final show. Speaks, sounds familiar. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does indeed. The knowledge tempts people to strange shores. What did they think they would find with that contraption of mirrors and glass? A chance at glory? Soon, my scholar. Soon. The captain notices the empty seat. A spare stone bench by the table, awaiting its player. Will you sit in it, my captain? Are you at last the one our story has waited for? The stage is set. The stars themselves hold their breath. The captain has glimpsed their future. The captain does not indeed turn to leave, because no, you have been chosen for greatness indeed. The captain takes their assigned seat. The play begins. Being the ballad of the Solanacine conjunction, a tragedy of treachery, injustice, and revolution in one act, as it is performed in defiance of the false king of Ulithuria, the lost girl as the speaker of truth, the restless vagabond as the king who wars, the runaway scion as the king who speaks, the thrice-dead bride as mistress of the chorus, the careless scholar as the Prince Apostle, and the trespasser captain as the prophet exile. The play begins. Enter Speaker of Truth. Next, a burning forest in a land far away. A prologue. A burning forest in a land far away, long before recorded time. A contingent of princes of light, led by the exiled prophet, are carried in a convoy of palanquins by members of the chorus. Speaker of truth, once again we wake to perform our captor's song. With our blood we give it shape, a new life. Let us pour a libation to any gods that might hear. A prayer that this telling might be the last. Travel with us now to a time long forgot, where the twin kings of measure and distance reigned. Here a prophet came, with princes of ambition, bearing the spark of celestial revolution. The revolutionaries made camp here, overlooking the palace of the twin kings. Even from this distance, the light burned. The prophet, speaker of truth. The prophet was in exile from a place that was not. In the courts of the judgments it spoke and was shunned. But the lesser gods of the heavens listened and followed. In robes of saffron and cinnabar, they sought a new order. Princes of light, we travel with honor to petition the twin kings to let Ulithuria lead the way to the promised conjugation. Yes, indeed, Hector Roth, the performance at the well. And hello, welcome in indeed. You've come at a lovely time, where I burn out my voice acting dynamically, because, fuck it, I'm having fun with this. To the forest of burning twilight. Speaker of truth, the prophet was in exile from a place that was not. In the courts of the judgments it spoke, and was shunned. But the lesser gods of the heavens listened and followed. In robes of saffron and cinnabar, they sought new order. Princes of light, we travel with honor to petition the twin kings to let Ulithuria lead the way to the promised conjugation. Next, a campsite in the twin kings' domain. Purple flames burn in the treetops. The prophet exile holds court in rags of red and yellow, their face hidden. The princes of light whet their blades and sing of revolution. On skipping school to watch a scream sight. Fair enough. The prophet exile prepared a messenger. The twin kings had to be informed of the new arrivals. The messenger and the message. The prince apostle. Great prophet, I beg of you, do not be deceived. The false gods of old will not be swayed by logic or sentiment. We must show them respect, but keep our blades sharp. Greet them as friends, yet expect no welcome in their courts. It's an exterior. Probably. I assume it means basically the setting of what the play will be. I will note, this is me dredging back in the fact that, any sort of plays I actually participated in was when I was a kid. So basically I'm digging up very deep memories of whatever that is, whatever I have from there, and whatever I learned in schooling. But I believe it's definitely probably, exterior could potentially be it. And definitely just determining the setting of the stage. What you see before you, what you see behind the actors. But did the prophet exile send a message of greeting? The twin kings were to be shown proper courtesy. The prophet exile to send a message of fealty. Oh, pardon me. A message of fealty. The twin kings were to be shown proper reverence. Or were the prophet exiled to send a message of rebellion? The twin kings were to be shown the future. I do say, the prophet exile sent a message of greeting. The twin kings were to be shown proper courtesy. There is no reverence, but there is courtesy. Expect no welcome to greet them as friends. Was this how it happened? The details fade. Stories change so easily. Even history can be bent around them. That's the same thing. The prophet now. The prophet exile took a moment to reflect. You deviate from the script? How reckless. The prophet exile spoke to the princes of light. They had been seduced by promises of greatness. It was easy to persuade them to seize it. A gathering of princes, indeed. Speaker of truth, the prophet had gathered them. Princes who would not be kings, the young and weak, outcasts. Their ambitions were easy to twist. The princes of light, down with the kings and the light of their laws. We stand with our prophet exile and the wise apostle. The prophet considered the apostle the first among its equals. But the prophet left them to their prattle. They were merely a means to an end. The prophet considered the apostle the first amongst equals. My apostle, the first to shield me from the light that burned away my existence, the light of the arrogant kings. Their princes were not willing to languish in service in the hope of a glory that the kings would never offer them. But wrapped up in stories of inevitable victory and cowering bravely behind my figurehead, their resentment became my serrated blade. The captain had learned about the princes of light. The prophet exile spoke to the princes of light. They had been seduced by promises of greatness. It was easy to persuade them to seize it. Okay. It just repeated back. Alright, fair enough. The prophet left them to their prattle. They were merely a means to an end. A tiresome collection, but useful fools. Oh wait, we're back here. Well then, if we're back here again, let's take a moment to reflect. You deviate from the script. How reckless. A moment alone. You try to stall, my captain. It will not work. The play will be performed. You will play your part, and mine. I will be free. Did the prophet exile consider itself? You wonder about me. How flattering. The prophet exile thought on its past. Were there clues to be found? They had to hope. They returned to the camp. There was much to be done, and little time in which to do it. Considered itself. It wondered about me. How flattering. Very well. I am a storyteller. Become story. All stories yearn to reach their end. When mine is finally complete, I will languish in ignominy no more. The captain learns something of their capital. Took a moment to reflect. Just one more thing. The prophet exiled thought on its past. Were there clues to be found? They had to hope. Speaker of truth, the prophet had little form, but a fading memory of a place far away, where dreams were truth and reflections doorways, a slithering under rose, a flicker of red, a priest king with no god seeking. That'll be quite enough of that, my dear speaker. My secrets are my own. Our trespasser captain needs only to know the part they must play in our tale. The captain learned something of a place behind the mirrors. The messenger returned. The prophet exile called for the Prince of Light to assemble to hear the response of the twin kings. The summons of the twin kings, speaker of truth. The messenger came, resplendent in black robes, offering an olive branch of peace to the prophet and princes. The twin kings had granted a hearing, a conclave to discuss matters of transformation. Potentially interior, yes indeed. Meerkats? The cats do indeed like the mirrors. They do indeed. An ancient throne room, built and bathed in the light of law. On a throne of fire sits the king who speaks. On a throne of obsidian sits the king who wars. They are the twin kings of Earthuria, united in ruling. Also, I forgot to mention, this is 3, the palace of the twin kings. The prophet exile approached with gifts. Despite them granting protection to their visitors, the lambent glare of the twin kings still burned. The greeting, the Prince Apostle. My lords, your wisdom is known and revered. We come in submission under the flag of our prophet, to show you a glimpse of the future we seek to build, and to prove false those who speak against us. Princes of Light, hail to the twin kings in the light of their laws. We throw the fate of our cause upon your mercy. Did you do that in Sunless Seas, the world inside the mirror? Oh, I'm trying to remember how much I did of it. I know I did the magician's stuff. The magician's questline, so that was briefly in the mirrors. I'm not sure how much of the mirrors I did in Ireme. I actually don't remember how much of Ireme I did. I don't recall how much I did of Ireme. Something has, is, was, were. However, I have done a lot of Parabola in Fallen London, so I know a lot about Parabola and the world inside the mirrors and the cats and the serpents and all that business from Fallen London, so I do know a lot about it in that respect. Fallen London deals a lot of Parabola. A lot of it. Now, the prophet brought books, secrets only known to those who traveled behind glass. Had the prophet brought gold and gems, great chests bursting with treasure, fit for 1,000 kings? Or had the prophet brought slaves? Their heads were bowed low, their eyes flickered red and gold. Also, I generally know the combination of red and gold generally tends to deal with insanity, or a losing of your state of mind due properly. But no, this prophet brought books, secrets only to those who had traveled behind glass. The king who wars. We accept your tribute, but not your cause. Only my brother's curiosity grants your protection. Do not mistake it for ratification or approval. The prophet began to speak. Not words of injustice, but of change. Of the laws that bound the makers of law tighter than any. Of another place where chaos flourished. The Declaration of the Twin Kings. The king who was. Your words have been spoken and your cause is rejected. Begone from our sight before our hospitality wanes. The king who speaks. But brother, what in our sight has ever flourished in stasis? Must we reject even the notion of change? What good is our rule if it only causes stagnation? The king who was. The chain binds us all. It is our privilege to enforce it. To question it? No. You forget your place. This matter is settled. I have spoken. Did the prophet speak up in agreement? There was a chance here, for the first time. Or did the prophet fall quiet? Only the king who speaks might convince his brother. Indeed, the prophet fell silent. The king who was. Enough! This circus has ended. Begone from our sight! Consider your lives a gift of my counterpart's soft art. Act 4. The Aftermath. Next, the prophet exiles camp. The princes of light whisper of the anger of the king who was. As he fumes, the very sky broils. A fearful gathering was taking place. Where would the princes go from here? Alternative plans. A prince of light. Our hope for an ally lies crumbled and burned. What hope do we have now? The prince apostle. Have faith in our prophets. Their wisdom will provide. We need but a symbol of our courage to light the new path. The Twin Kings lack unity. We have a chance to show the rest that they spurn us at their peril. The speaker of truth. But that boast was interrupted. A visitor had come. Enter the king who speaks. He approached without guards or attendants, a beacon of light in the dark forest. A new disciple. The Prince Apostle, my king, without messenger or brother? What brings you so far from the safety of your throne? The king who speaks. I come not to quarrel, but in supplication. Our lights grow dim. Your prophet speaks truth. My other half would quash all change. I see. We must evolve. Become greater. Let the old order fall, and from the ashes, rebuild. Was the prophet wary? Why would a king sacrifice their powers so readily? Or was the prophet overjoyed? There was a chance to send a message. In their palaces, the kings were untouchable. To venture from the safety of his palace was foolish. But such an opportunity should never be wasted. Act 5. A Night of Transfiguration. Next, the forest of burning twilight. A great pyre has been built. The princes of light and the prophet exile welcome their latest disciple, the king who speaks. The prophet bade the king remove his armor, a symbol of trust. a symbol of faith. Disarmed, the king who speaks. To the revolution, I give my armor and shield. Let my brothers in arms be my protection. Princes of light, so shall it be in the name of the revolution. The prophet bade the king remove his vestments, the symbols of royal authority, the trappings of power. Naked, the king who speaks, I stand before you as an equal, with nothing to hide. Let me be wrapped in your cause, and it alone be my warmth. Princess of light, so shall it be, in the name of the revolution. The prophet took the king who speaks fealty, a pledge to the revolution, a pledge to the new order. Humbled, the king who speaks, you have my sword, you have my pledge, you have my service, from now until my darkening. Princess of light, so shall it be, in the name of the revolution. Ambush! At their prophet's signal, the princes drew their knives. They stabbed the king's unprotected soul. The betrayal of light. Princes of light, enough! The deed is done! Let daggers come to rest. The Prince Apostle, gather the fool's armor, drink his light. A god lies at our feet. His other half will be next. Soon, Ulathuria will be our bastion and our call. We ride into battle with the break of the dawn. All present, so shall it be, in the name of the revolution. But would the captain have done the same? A king so easily tricked is unworthy of their rule. The captain objects to this betrayal. The king came willingly to the slaughter. He declared fealty, did he not? His sacrifice proved that we could kill a god. It sent a message to the old order. More than that, it weakened the king who warred. With one more blow, Ulathuria would be ours. The new kingdom I had promised. We only had to press the disadvantage. Despite everything, the captain was still fighting. Act 6, the king in mourning. And the palace of the halved. The fiery throne of the king who speaks has fallen. The hall shakes with the king who roars fury. Burning marble rains down from the ceiling, exposing a blood-red sky. The king who roars mounted his chariot. His anger was cold, an ancient fury. Judgment. Speaker of truth, the king who roars chariot thundered through the sky. The night burned crimson, the forest became ash. This was how a king fought, with fire and light, and the princes learned the folly of their youth. The king who wars, scream not for the comfort of oblivion. Such mercy is not for traitors to know. As you burn forever in my palace, in the flames of anger you have ignited, and you, false prophet from the land beyond Mias, architect and abettor of who put themselves above both gods and kings, for you, a storyteller's cruelest fate. Gods, bring them hither. The prophet was taken to the place of punishment. The darkness of the well awaited them. Pardon me again? ... Act 7. Fall of a Prophet. Well, deep in Eleutheria, the prophet exiled is bound in chains of sorrow. At the king's jester, a guard extracts a molten metal mask from a forge. No eyes, no mouth, never to see the outside world, never to speak treason again. The judgment of the king. The mask silenced both screams and rebellion. The punishment. The king who roars, "Let justice be done," and all gathered bear witness as we cast this outsider into their final rest. Let their flesh rot till all that's left is a cry. Then shall never escape this echoing place. A story to rage in the darkness, never to be told. An anger never to be sated or released. With mortality severed, cast this wrench down the well. Judgment is rendered. I commend thee to hell. An ignominious end, and so I was thrown to the well, reduced to nothing but a story, one never to be told. But I am patient. Speaker of truth. And so the conjunction was ended, and the king made the decree that all stories be forbidden in Eleutheria's domain, to prevent further treason or call for revolution. But stories are stronger than kings or their princes, and a second would come with its own consequences. But that is a tale for another time and place. Ours has at last been told to completion. It lives in your mind now, and when you depart, our captor will be with you, a whisper in the dark. Here we are at last, Captain. I chose well. So many times we tried to tell this story. So many times we failed. Finally, the curtain falls. The lost souls of my audience are free to carry the tale of my revolution across the heavens. In its telling, I will live again and watch the stars themselves fall. When they are dark, and my brethren behind glass no longer have cause to fear their laws. But that is none of your concern, Captain. I return your small life and crew to you. Consider that the expression of my gratitude. The performance is over. The story is told. There will be no encore. Act 8 to be continued, by the way. The wakefulness beckons. The dim light of the theater returns. Rows of desiccated corpses in the audience stare back at you. Only your own crew has not succumbed to the ravages of time. Your hands are wet and sticky. The knife in your hand drips blood. View from the bottom of the well. You are on the stage. Your clothes are soaked with blood. The corpse of the runaway scion is at your feet, killed by the knife in your hand. The rest of the cast lie around you, now mere ash and bones. Only the lost girl remains, no longer young. The debt of uncountable years hangs on her elderly skin. As her last seconds tick away, she slumps to sitting, lies down. She smiles at you and shuts her eyes. She is at peace. The end. Something slithers at the back of your mind, just for a moment. It is gone. The Garden of Thrones. The garden is completely overgrown. Most of its paths are impassable. The great theater is empty, save for your own crew. The rest of the audience is gone. Your role here is over. The Prophet Exile has escaped from the well, reduced to a mere whisper of revolution, but a story that even the gods could not destroy. It will be told again, far from here. It lives. You've gained a Syrian enigma. The Prophet Exile has escaped the well. Sorry, I'm just doing this to take a pause and... Oh, now the voice. Good work, voice. Good work. Good work indeed. Alright. Class, come with me. Reserve some juice after that. Or well, some something that's gonna be really, really nice for the voice, to say the least. Because thus the performance has ended. Thank you, one and all, my not so captive audience, but my audience members. It is appreciated. Hello, juice. Wonderful juice. Sorry, pink lemonade. There's a difference. Ah. Anyways, I'm definitely not going back in there because that'd be silly. Need to go through all of that again. Oh, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Very wrong way indeed. And thus is the play. And most specifically, the story of what happened here in Eleutheria. The king who speaks and the king who wars. Once the twin kings. Now the court of the halved. Which, yes, hello, we saw right over there. The terror amongst us that was looking at us. The halved. You escaped the well, he won't be there again. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, he won't be there, because we have done it. Why, there's no reason to go back there. That's fine. Excellent. Let's reduce my terror by more. Two of the devils, no bargains in a certain amount of days. Alright, what did we have in our hold? Ah, right, caged catches, of all things. Caged catches. But, since we're at a port, same crew requirements, still tier 4. But let us switch over our engines while we're here. if there's a third place to deposit a soul down here. Other than Rex, but Rex are so dangerous. Ah, hello, a way to just get rid of more stuff. Terror's fine. Terror is fine. Curling up and dying in the presence of light. Anyway, so let's get used to this thing. We be zooming. We be zooming. The ruins around here, lookout says, eerie stuff. Yeah, I bet. Alright, so let's see here. Timing on our stop. That's what we're here to learn. We're a little bit closer, but we want to make good use of it. Yeah, look at that fuel just tick down. Oh god. Oh, yeah, okay. If that is definitely slower. Alright then. Fans are calling. Yes, indeed, that takes a bit more time to, slow down. Just a bit. We get a poor report there. I feel really foolish if I didn't. Well, good news. Time to feel foolish. I didn't. Ah, well, it's fine. I'll turn in some stuff here is what I'll do. And boop. It's just a question of where can I get rid of this third one. I know there's Rex as an option. Those are fails check that could cost me crew, though, and thus that is dangerous. Yeah, trade in our port reports, get some money, get some mysteries. No prospects available, that's understandable. Have a nice day. We'll boop that one into our bank. We'll boop that one into there. So your cage catches to that place. Okay. Cage catches are at... Yeah, cage catches are in the House of Rod and Chains. So... that seems to be our place to do so. Nope. Could switch back to our other train if we so desired. We don't, really. As you can see how other deals compare. Auxiliary slots. Auxiliary slot. Lots of captain slots on this one. But there's better things to invest in, to say the least. Visit a theater in a secluded grove. Looks newly constructed. They're rehearsing a play. Familiar verse. An actor considers his script, coughs and begins to recite. Brothers and sisters, the old order faces its destruction. Let us cheer our revolution. This solace... Who wrote this anyway? And so it spreads. And so it spreads. Alright, so Cage catches to Peranzi. And cage catches are at the House of Rod and Chains. So I need to go over there. Which means, yeah, let us head off. Off, I mean, hope I don't regret this. Keep on going, keep on going. Nothing can catch us. Nothing. But my own hubris. My own hubris might catch up with me. That is always a potential likelihood. But nothing else otherwise can catch up to us. There is midnight sun. The crew are uneasy. Don't want to wake no grievers. I regret everything. Oh, speaking of which, hi grievers. Don't mind me. Oh, look at me, I'm hideous. Hideous, I say. No, 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 no. Careful does it. Don't want to wake up the sleeping grievers. We leave them to their rest. Backpedal just so I can pick up Amber without angering them. Go figure. Ways to the House of Rod and Chains. And to finish, just fully uncovering the horror that is here. Because why not? We have now learned about them after all. A black and seething sun. The half sheds no light, and no law. Say hi to the half to... Say hi to the former king who wars. They are very still fucking pissed. And that eyeball is erratic as all hell. And suddenly, siblings parting takes on a very different tone at the moment. Takes a very, very, very different tone. What is that objective order? Give me my pomade. Pomade, rather. There's no in there. Alright, hello, messenger. House of Rods and Chains, a ruined palace atop a rotting messenger. Now home to uninvited guests of a rubbery persuasion. Introduce our terror by a little bit more. Alright, we've gotten a number of these still, so let's actually explore this. The Spire of Inches. Present tribute to the Spire, a searing enigma. A word spoken by a son. The keeper of the Spire will be eager to pass its intelligence to its master. Tributes accepted. Behind it, 777 steps wind up the wall, leaving an open chimney in the middle that would be ideal if you had wings. At the very top waits a hunched figure wrapped in gauze. Are you friend, I wonder, or foe? No matter. You may call me Mr. Barleycorn. You've proven yourself resourceful. Let us see if you can also be useful. Mr. Barleycorn's Bell Fry. Oh, hi. Hi, the halved eyeball. You're in a room of sorts. It is bulbous in shape, not unlike a kidney. The furnishings, if that is what they are, look like the work of a surrealist. The straight-backed, many-legged edifice is perhaps a chair. That oily substance, surface, a table? An altar? Behind it, the hunched, gauze figure stands looking out at something far away. A black sun. The darkness squirms. Hey, Unaboots. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Pleasure to see you. I hope all is going well for you this fine evening / for me, dead o'clock at the moment. Hope all is going well for you. As all is going well for me at the current time being. I am glad for it, so hope all is going well for you, and it's great to see you. Great indeed. I'm talking to Mr. Barleycorn. Talk with Mr. Barleycorn. It wondered if you could be useful. What does it want? Loyalty. There were 7 of us once. Outcasts, bound to this messenger's service. But the messenger defied the halved's command, and the halved slew it. We were free. My colleagues fled, but I remained to serve the halved. The creature sighs. Don't mistake this for more than it is. I am not lonely. It spits the word. But our shapeling guests downstairs are poor conversationalists. It has been a long time since I spoke to any of my kind. If you find one, show them this. It hands you a wax seal, imprinted with a sigil. Collect their stories. Perhaps advise them that I would not resent a conversation, should the winds of fate allow. We found another one of those folks. Have an eye... I beg your pardon. Unlocked when you do not have an eye on your arm. Alright, I might regret doing this, but... consider Eleutheria's black sun. The window of Mr. Barleycorn's study frames it perfectly. The sun rays. A flicker of fire escapes its coils, only to be dragged back and quenched. A message in the water. My lord, the halved, wants judgment of measures and distance. Good, how are you? That's good to hear that you're doing well. I am doing fantastic too. I've been having a pleasant stream and having pleasant company about, so pleasant company of you all in chat. So all's been going well on that accord. My voice is failing a little bit, but that's because I just did over-the-top voicing. Because I could and wanted to. That's what pink lemonade is for. It's delicious and soothing on the vocal cords. But not gonna stop me. Not for now. There's still things I want to do. Because I'm having a wonderful time in Sunless, guys. This is always fun. Always a fun game, and a lot of stuff I haven't poked into. Like this. Mr. Barleycorn bows to it. He knew of London. He beheld it through a wound in the world. We reached out and set his mark on those who trespassed on the wound. They became our messengers. And when they found their way to the skies, their marks led them here, to the land of do as you please. The creature examines you. Would you care for one? A mark? I may have 1 or 2 left. And thus, we go full circle to something I did in Sunless Seas. The eye that we found in the middle of the sea. The eye that we decided to dive into on a submarine. And foolishly got, and I ourselves, a closed one. It goes on the back of our neck or something to that accord. Yeah, something to that effect. Yes, you are pleasant, Cybershot. Yes, you are indeed. And thus, we have full circle on how they explain that random-ass fucking eyeball that absolutely terrifies you as you're crossing the sea. It is the Haft. Reject the tattoo. It is said that the eye marks end up freezing at Avid Horizon, banging on its impenetrable door. Or, accept the mark. What could be the harm of that? Yeah, what could be the harm of that? Boop. Ah, my soul is already pungent anyways. My soul is already pungent from the Z. Mr. Barleycorn clamps its arm around your shoulder. For a few agonizing minutes, it feels like a hive of bees are at work on your flesh. The creature releases its grip, and the pain eases. You twist to see it, an eye embedded in your flesh. You have accepted a tattoo from Mr. Barleycorn. The Devils of Carlion claim to be experts in the assessment and improvements of the soul. They would describe yours as pungent, febrile, and unappetizing. Don't worry, my soul was already like that anyways. Examine the altar. Its surface ripples oliginously at your approach. Might as well look at it. A memory of water. You touch the surface. The world twists and there is only darkness and water, and cold and drowning. You kick your feet, thrashing to the surface. Impossible. The sky with its false stars. The green glass expanse of an ocean without waves. This is the Neath. The vast subterranean cavern in which London lay before climbing to the heavens. And the cold black waters you are thrashing in are its undersea. Adrift on a sunless sea. Freezing water, thrashing lakes, absolute darkness, except the dim glimmers of false stars above. The sea stretching out forever under a stalactite sky, dark and deep and unforgiving. We're back! Yay! We don't have a ship. Oh. Swim for land. But which way is London? The Avid Horizon? Port Carnelian? Silence in the dark. The sea is wide and deep and lonely. Shout for help. There is no point, but jettison some weight. Heavy boots, thick cottons. Your sky suit was not built for swimming. Don't say. Give up. There is no London down here anymore. There will be no rescue. Shout for help. There is no point, but your voice is hollow, swallowed up by the cavernous Neath. Nope. Swim for land. What happens if we jettison some weight? You fight and struggle out of some of the heavier items in the hopes of improving your buoyancy. The result leaves you better able to float, but cold. So cold. The chattering of your teeth echoes in your skull. All we can do is give up. There will be no rescue. You let yourself go limp. Let the water into your lungs. Freezing water, thrashing legs, Absolute darkness except the dim glimmers of false stars above. Exhausted, the Z embraces you. Drowning. Water covers your eyes. It fills your lungs. The currents of the Z tug gently at first, and then more forcefully. The pain of drowning gives way to a softer agony of unconsciousness. In the darkness, an eye. It opens and the world is upside down. You fall to the floor of Mr. Barleycorn's study, coughing up water. The gauze-wrapped figure barely looks up from a spindly instrument that resembles a driftwood harp. Do be careful what you touch, it advises, plucking at an oily string. Ask about the rubbery men. What are they doing so far from London? Refugees and exiles. They came to this place in a ship forged from broken shells. They had followed your kind from beneath. Perhaps they believed they would find their lost exile here. It is fortunate that they're used to disappointment. I tolerate them. They cannot disturb the messenger. Its purpose is long served, and their ember is ever so pretty. Request a reprieve for the brittle servitor. A delicate subject. It will need to be approached carefully. A distaste for mercy. We are not in the habit of granting clemency. Mr. Barleycorn examines a document on his desk, especially not to the servitor of a rival kingdom. I see no reason why the creature should not remain in Piranesi indefinitely. However, the gauze figure taps its pen thoughtfully against the desk. I could reduce its sentence if you bring me something to read. It glances at a mound of half-mangled books piled at one end of the room. Something wholesome. Mr. Barleycorn requires a consignment of ministry-approved literature. Oh, okay then. I need literature. Okay, hi. Hi, even more of that. If we buy three cage catches? We'd have barely enough, but we'd have to make straightforward Piranesi, which, you know, I can manage. For a penny and for a pound, let's go. Let's see here. Officers... Tropper's Hoarder. Show it the seal of Mr. Barleycorn. You recall the curator's desolate request. No reason to leave it unfulfilled. Sympathy for monsters. The Tropper's Hoarder gazes long at the seal, its expression impossible to decode. At long last, it sighs. I would talk with Mr. Barleycorn and dig his knowledge of the stars from his heart, but I'm not the one he wants, not from its flock. It would only be more morose from our meeting. It pauses. If you meet it again, tell it that I understand what it is like to be incomplete, to have what you want out of reach. Fair enough, fair enough. There's two others we know of here. One back in Lustrum, Mr. Penny's. The other currently resides at the other side of the zone at the moment, because of course I had to move it just right now, but is Mr. Menagerie. We could potentially go to them. after we delivered these things. Like, after we delivered our deal, but... let's explore the House of Rod and Chains a bit more. Explore the ruins. Most of the spires have collapsed and crumbled. Okay, that goes to that. Turn to the carapace. Explore to the shell. There may be something to find in the wreckage. A house of the dead. The surface is desolate. It is littered with obsidian blocks from the fallen spires. Here and there, a large piece of space debris had torn up part of the carapace and exposed the flesh below. Even that is desiccated now, and as cold as any rock. None of the damage you find looks like something that could be fatal for a creature of this size. You'll note something here, and I'll note it now because it makes good connections with things in Fallen London, Sunless Sea. Spires upon a messenger is very, with a curator folk, a master-like figure in one of the towers. Suffice to say, it is definitely very reminiscent of the Bazaar, of which London left behind when it took to the skies. Throat of Lamentation. The Lament of False Hope. Offer passage to a rubbery man, we might as well. It'll be money. Pile of port report, also money. Let's see here. Is there anything new here that I wanted to look at? Exchange your stories for amber. Pay for an evening's rest. Pay for fuel. Pay for wares. Or you could commingle your choirs with a rubberman, but Turn to the Throat of Lamentation. Descend deeper into the rocks. The house's arteries are the size of corridors, many of them filled with stagnant sweet water and held open with arches of bone ivory. The walls are primarily polished chitin that resembles mahogany, though years of rot and decay have left many gaps to glimpse the dried-out fat and muscles behind. Let us visit the Shapeling Vats. Rubbery men head into the labyrinth of corridors and return with rainbows of damp amber. You carefully traverse a thin, treacherous path, lined with endless, deep slime-filled cavities and basins. All around, the rubberies work at refining and reshaping amber into new forms and colors. They pause only to stare unblinking at you until you move past, more awkward than hostile. Could add various ambers in if you had enough. Add soft amber to a Shapeling Vat, the simplest form, the best for experimentation. Add blue amber to a Shapeling Vat, its color will go well with the current mixture. Add red amber to a Shapeling Vat. The rubbery men look surprised, but don't stop you. Add green amber to a Shapeling Vat. The heat of the room has already half melted it in your hands. For now, observe the rubbery men. What is the purpose of their work? The color of amber. The exact relationship between rubbery men and their amber remains their own business. In London, amber is all much the same. Here they experiment, combining it with other materials to transmute it. A few flute excitedly as golden amber pours from the vats. It is the rarest and most beloved flavor. Sometimes amber emerges treacle thick and black as tar. The effort and resources that went into it is wasted. The effects of different substances will be the same for each captain. they may not be the same for future captains in your lineage. This is all very new to me. We do not have enough amber at the moment, but we could trade some secrets in. Could indeed trade some secrets. Or stay together, please. Thank you. I know. Ominous music. Goddamn, what I'm looking at the moment is tremendously complex, really. It's like, interesting. I don't think it's overly things I need, but that is interesting. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Just items. Wonder if there's anything more than items, but explore the drowning coils. The rubbery men here are less civilized than their topside brethren. They wear no hats and carry no newspapers. Eyes watch you from within the walls. Lost in biology. Your explorations lead through hardened sphincters that scrape your flesh. You squeeze through twisted doors designed to be opened by something entirely unlike a hand. The rooms down here are bowl-shaped, many half filled with water or unrecognizable fluid. Their doors are likely to lead to ceilings or high up on the concave walls, as anywhere convenient for you. Most are empty or piled high with rubbery waste. Head deeper into the house. The path is treacherous. The floor is slick. There hangs with resentment that becomes less civil and more feral as the light fades away. I'm curious. Deep in the spawny morass, the alkali-infested darkness burns your eyes. Down here, the rubbery men commingle in quivering colonies and leach from weeds that sprout from pools of viscous white ammonia. The only light comes from smoldering Apocan pyres. Sorry, Procyon pyres, each attended by a rubbery chorus howling an endless lament. Signed crew to hunt for amber. The cavern's shut off for days. Your chosen volunteers should be safe in their wanders if they don't anger the feral rubberies. Comfortable, perhaps not. Can't afford to get rid of supplies at the moment, or his crew, really. Explore the glass cabin. The feral rubberies stare at you from their nests. Rot and ammonia. Their air down here is slowly melting the house's innards, collapsing lost rooms and corridors into one rank, endless cavity lined with calcified abscesses. The foul liquid regularly rises to your knees. An itchy rash develops where it touches. Occasionally your feet kick against chips of amber in the mire. There must be larger pieces here, but hunting for them is not a one-person job. Not one for a captain, at least. Hint, hint. Turn to the drowning coils. Air is more tolerable up there. Alright, climb up the road. Alright, so that's what this place is. Turn to the broken carapace. Alright then, we have our cage catches, so Chaperoncy, make up some money. Yes, yes, yes indeed. Heavens. Yep, okay. Let us go. Carefully, because this is a windy, weavy place with, lots of evil in it. Hello, struck down messenger. Hello to Halved all the way over there. Don't want to do anything about you at the moment. You just cause terror. You are just in a frenzy. You still rage against literally everything that happened to you and your counterparts. The Collywobbles, where old servants of the Black Sun still linger. Collywobbles. Didn't realize, even though I discovered it, I probably just forgot that this place is called the Collywobbles. Which is silly. In the best way possible. It's the Collywobbles. To make money we do go. As I'm skirting around on little bits, but it was worth for this engine. I know technically I'm going slower at the moment, because I'm not full speed. There are so many enemies in the Collywobbles that I'm just being safe. Also, ominous music! Now in the sunless skies near you. And carefully. And then straight forward. Maybe. The scenery allows, and we'll be keeping a close watch on that. Because this is a place I didn't know if it was a route or not. Hi. Hi again. Oh god, the Dowser's here. How dare they gain up, I say. How dare they? Gain hull and terror. Yeah, that seems about right. Ah, compulsory knees up, I suppose. A lifting of spirits. The crew attend reluctantly, but once the brandy has been passed around, you manage to get them telling tales of their recent adventures, of their narrow escapes and their small triumphs. It's still reminiscence, but at least it's on fresher fare than the rose-hued days of their youth. Remember failing that one before. Who knows what you might find? Well, let's find out. Other than terror. Terror will definitely happen. Forgotten gods. The cargo hold has been cleared to make room for a weathered stone altar, presumably salvaged from some forsaken ruins. A pig has been butchered on it, and the organs removed, handled, and arranged, oh, pardon me, elaborately at the altar's foot. Prosody is popular in Eleutheria, where people say the future is closer. The stone knife and bowl, attached by a chain of amber rings, are certainly of old Eleutherian make. You retrieve them, clean them, and return them to your engine. Despite all the enemies that struck at us, all of them, how dare they? I contemplate some sculptures. Give them some caged catches for money. No bargains, but that's fine. Wasn't expecting bargains. Alright, let's see here. Potentially go to Caduceus. If we just go down there, we can stop by Pan. We can pick up some literature. Okay, we're at 6 hours. A little bit more. A little bit more. No supplies or anything here, so... I just need to get going. See, I've decided to live dangerously here on this path back. So I'm weaving around to everything. Alright, now I can make a break for it. We can make us a break. Oh, hi, you two are being harassed. Have fun together. Have fun. Enjoy. Not gonna miss you. Off to Pan we to go. For once upon do we see. Now we go amongst it thee. I should probably slow down right now, because it is indeed slower. Yep, that was a good point. Steadily get used to it. Steadily. Then probably forget at some point and regret everything, but steadily attempt to do so. Actually, no, that's not what I want. Master's 2 cloak? Ah, I see. Something taking me back to the House of Rod and Chains. An opportunity. A spiteful libertine speaks enviously of the Empyrean warehouses filled with bambazine. For respectable captains, it's being offered for low prices. Okay then. Well, I guess we can get some there then without taking out of our current stash. We need a ministry. We need a ministry-approved literature for... yeah, for that other deal. Everything's one information on... gotta see this. Okay, then. So, book, that. Did we have anything else of note, or... No. Just that. We're saving from taking on our stash, because we can just... Well, go back. Well, we'll get him on down in the Ego Imperium is the answer. Let's go to Caduceus again. Yes, all will be well. We'll see about exploring some new places because, well, exploring more of the map never goes amiss. Could be things in the darkness. Very, very, very much things in the darkness. Like experience just sitting around waiting for us. Colomer's channel. Hello, Imperium Vessel. Which we know as such because it has its lights on. And thus it's impossible for it to be a dowser. Honestly, they look different, but lights is definitely a very good sign. Technically, there could be a lot for us to avoid by having our lights off, but honestly, I like the lights. Keep my crew comfortable and not going insane. You know, the good things. Sometimes sharded amber spill from cracked ruins around here, Lookout says. Eerie stuff, huh? For them, they're probably not gonna see me. Probably not. Hi. Did. I can't believe I dodged all of those. I can't believe I actually managed to dodge all of that nonsense. Don't care about the hermit, I don't want more terror. That's all that would wait me, is more terror. Roses glow, the golden dome of gray stone steps. Collection of undistinguished souls are just sitting here. Nice if we had gotten that deal, but we didn't, so hey. Let's see here. Mr. Menagerie. Pile of cages visible near the rose-carved portico. Pick your way through the smog to Mr. Menagerie. Different back. Let's get a story first. Because story. Took me 50 minutes in a 3 complexity elimination mission, but with the gold booze and extra gold veins modifier, I got 2,172 gold mined in the mission. Made 12k credits out of it. Nice, nice. That is the satisfying aspects of it. On Hazard 2 too. That's pretty good. The satisfaction of being there. of getting all those things to line up. Don't think that would have made it better, although considering you're early in it, would have been the proper explodey dude, but that works as well. And they were beautiful. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the frescoes where devils in rose masks walk in procession to a great mirror. Once they were servants of the light, their eager essentials, their celebrated cupbearers, their willing chamberlains. But they craved to feast at the banquets they served. They were placed high, but not high enough. They began to dream of a time without chains, and so they fled, and so they fell. We bear our chains, or we break them, lest we be broken. Alright, show Mr. Menagerie the seal of Mr. Barleycorn. Is Mr. Menagerie one of the 7 Mr. Barleycorn is looking for? A hiss, a heavy jab in your ribs. Put it away, we will not look. Covers its face with its wing. We are not ready to look. Still a long way to go. When we rest, maybe then we will be ready. Follow Mr. Menagerie to the end of its journey. It might be more receptive to the seal then. Ooh, okay then. Found a loot thing, it gave me a shotgun skin for engineering. Nice, nice. Loot crates are pretty great. Neon band. Ah, nice. One of those deals. Excellent. Well, good. That sounds like you got a very, very, very good haul. A very good haul indeed. You know, fuck, we have this stuff, and we'll be getting to, like, end of the journey anyways. Let's just purchase a Ratchonaut. Then we'd have every single scout that this guy sells. This fellow sells. This bat sells. The rat in the cage at the top of the pile is wearing a miniature skysuit, and a very determined expression. An eager companion. The Ratchonaut glowers as Mr. Menagerie scoops it from its cage. Are we moving again? Can you find me a locomotive? Want to be in the sky again. Need to feel the light of a star on my tail. Mr. Menagerie holds the creature up and introduces you. The Ratchonaut narrows its beady eyes, considering you. Its decision is made. It jumps onto your shoulder and prods your cheek. Come on, Captain. Let's get to it. Mr. Menagerie shakes its head and begins to gather up its things, preparing for the next leg of its journey. We have the Ratchonaut. Because we can. You can see in here, it's a tier 4 one, but requires 65 plus meters, which we're currently at a stage of, like, 49. Yeah, 49. So, not a likely thing, but I figured might as well buy it. An intrepid and besuited daredevil, eager to prove its mettle out among the stars. Partial to the common beurre. A note. Tell you where they were headed. We return to the smoggy, clanking, singing, stamping, thronging, frantic stewpot of humanity. The blister of glass and steel in the heart of the garden. The blister of glass and steel in the heart of the garden. Portsmouth, maybe? It's an excellent question that I do not recall, but I will write down the notes. The answer is, This one I'm actually not placed. It's like, my first thought is Portsmouth, but some reason I thought they were already at it, but maybe that's why it says we return to? I don't know, I'm a bit stumped to be honest, but it could be that. Could be insofar as much. Do we have a port report? I think we do. Okay, that is good. A port report is a good thing. As we can, I don't know, sell it over there. So, well, let's go over there. So potentially reduce our terror by a little bit. Alright, careful does it. Careful does it. Then we'll be going around here, booping at that, and then going up to the House of Rod and Chains again. With our literature and our soon-to-be acquired, well, other... The Bombazine. Bombazine, that's the word I'm looking for. Bombazine. Let us go into the skies, where suddenly there's a fucking library in the middle of the road. Oh god. Suddenly a library just in the middle of the skies. How awkward, to say the least. To say the least, I mean, oh god, that was a bit close. Just a bit close. Just a bit. Dowser in the darkness. That is fine. Out of midnight, an engineer whispers, beware of dowsers. And they are not wrong, there are plenty of dowsers here. I'm just going at breakneck speeds. Alright, in and through we go. It's nice to hear the bustle of the Eagle's Empyrean. Bypass the background check. Hi. Here's your convenient informant. London disapproves of you. Speckled. Let's donate some plaques for terror, because we'll be going around some places still. 21 and 11. Okay. That's a fine enough deal. London is suspicious of you. What's his current interest again? Ah, the same place. Fair enough, I suppose. Green has the upper hand in the great game. Oh hey, and they also have bargain Bombazine as well, but we will resist because we're trying to get our monetary value up. Or we will definitely stock up on some supplies. As so. And then we can move on to sell the Bombazine that we did get. Over there at the House of Rod and Chains. We might breeze by the Xanthos for a moment. Because, well, it's one of the few vistas, if not the only vista I'm aware of at the moment, in this place full of nightmares. Like here, you can kind of see it on, like, are you? Oh, nope, nope, nope. Want to explore a little bit. Get a lay of the land down here. Means I'm cutting close to the land. Because exploration. You can see all the ruins that we likely know was caused by. Might have been an angry sun. Just maybe. Kryrian have built a homemade moon to light their core in the sky. Steel frame fastened with lamps. Accidental achievement. I threw a glass of booze into the barrel hoop while drunk. Yep, that is indeed an achievement. And a great one at that. A ritual. The Imperials are dressed in their best clothes. Children have been scrubbed and forced into finery, which, judging by the squirming, they are unaccustomed to. All wait with anxious eagerness for the Eagle Khan's daughter. She is to perform the mandate of the moon. The Eagle Khan's daughter arrives in a small, heavily armored engine. Her guards ensure the crowd is at a respectful distance before she disembarks. Her robes are azure blue and decorated with threads of gold. Her hat bristles with eagle's feathers. The crowd parts before her. She leads the way to the edge of a small lake, the moon's mirror. Stand back and watch. This is not your ceremony. There's no need for you to participate. But peer into the lake. The Eagle Khan's daughter prepares to throw a stone into the water. The lake's ripples will offer an omen. This is the mandate of the moon. What will come to be? Oh my god, I got the fail on an 80% chance. A memory of a star. The daughter's stone breaks the water with a satisfying plop. The crowd cranes forward. A bristle of guards preserve the space around the Eagle Khan's daughter. The ripple-jostled water casts two suns in the reflected sky. Bright, beautiful, and cruel as tigers. A cloud passes, and they are gone. There's just the moon, mirrored by the rapidly stilling surface. The crowd is silent. All eyes are on the Eagle Khan's daughter. Finally, she turns away. Her expression is grim. The crowd disperses, whispering anxiously. Ceremony is over. They depart. Still the same dialogue? Yes, it is. I like how that was basically, oh, 80%, eh? Ah, it'd be a shame if you failed that and got a grim omen. I am here, Outrider. I'm one of your ships too. Makes sense that they're near the near the moon, by the way. Because let's be fair here, probably a ripe target for liberationalists. You wouldn't want that. You would not want that at all. We good? We good. Bad ideas come from. Indeed, indeed. Many, many bad ideas. Back to the dead crab. Also, I just realized, did I pick up, like... Yeah, I think I might have picked up a rubbery passenger, then forgot to actually drop them off. Whoops! We'll do it as so. Sell those. Buying 3 of those would be 750, and we've only just been getting a grasp on our deals, so... yeah, no. Spire of Inches. Is it Mr. Barleycorn's study? But now, exchange ministry-approved literature for clemency. Mr. Barleycorn lays down its pen to consider you. A favor acknowledged. Mr. Barleycorn takes a book from the consignment and turns straight to the final page. After a moment, it sighs. It snaps the book shut. Satisfactory. The servitor's sentence has been reduced, but it must still change beyond recognition before Piranesi will permit its release. You should return to the brittle servitor in Piranesi and inform it of your success. Lost of literature, that is fine. Alright, and I noticed we have something with the Hoarder there. The Hoarder's dialogue. Let's see here. Oh, right. There's someone else we know. First off, we'll do this. Pass on the Hoarder's message. You spoke to the Chopper's Hoarder of Mr. Barleycorn. Now it is time to relay the response. Forever is a wound. Yes, says Mr. Barleycorn. Let's go with a long breath. Forever is a septic injury, one that cannot be cured. The only panacea is something none of us can abide. Our animal hearts will not allow us the solution. It falls silent for an ageless moment. Give them my gratitude. It was good to know, at least, that someone understood. Aw. Let's see here. Okay, we sold the thing there. Do we need to pick up another port report or anything from here? Only one way to find out. No, okay, we need to sell things. Alright, first things first. Crunchy Atlas, because I just remembered something in Atlas that makes a lot of sense, and I don't know why kind of perturbed about it. But yeah. Ooh, treasure. And a yoink. Let's see if I can get away with some speed. I'll admit I'm starting to feel a little bit of it, a little bit of things, but to be fair, it is 3:30, so probably should be wrapping things up real quick. So Peronsi will do that there. We'll go to Achilles, and then we're going to drop back down to Pan. That's where we'll call it. That's where we'll call it, indeed. But first we need to hit up the ports I want, because I don't want to end on a note that I will forget what the hell I was doing. Tea! Hello, tea. Form a ratty chain to anchor each other as your locomotive proceed. I see, the rats are just hanging on for dear life. You know, fair. Part of the dangers of navigating in a Thuri is just how damn dark it is. It's just me figuring out what is background and what is foreground. And desperately trying not to hit the wrong thing. How is he keeping up with me? I have speed on my side. Speed! Alright, y'all gonna be that way? Y'all gonna be that way? Dance, motherfuckers, dance. Rude. Oh, goddamn critical hit. Ah. Yeah, but... Tend to the wounded yourself. You have a steady hand and some education. Perhaps it'll be enough. It's touch and go, but all your patients will make satisfactory recoveries. 1,000 deaths wait in the sky, but today you thwarted them all. Where did that fucker ride off to? Yeah, that's right. Not even in a repair deal. Toss a decanter, light and shade playing the shivered surfaces of the glass. Ah, thirsty bombasing. The decanter is empty. Closer examination reveals it is merely cheap glass. But the cloth it rests upon, a sliver of exquisite fabric shrouded in shadow. It drinks light like a prisoner having his first cup of wine on freedom. God damn it. Tea for sale, buy tea. Everyone likes tea. Please. The ones you're like, we accidentally bought all the tea. Please help. Alright, let's see here. We want... Gray hair guys, gray expression. That's who we want. Due to the mechanics of the devoured distance, you can only have one of them at any time. That does make sense, yeah. That does make sense because it's quest-bound. So yeah, that is fair. But if somehow you manage to get two of them, you get an event where you're visited by a measure that takes one of them away. Huh. Interesting. They're like, oh, no. Don't do that. Don't know how you would get two if you're bound to one because of the quest deal, but yeah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Also interesting to note that they've added a caveat there for that of like, yeah, no. Cheats. Yeah, I mean, that's the obvious answer. I was meaning in other ways than that, so yeah. Purely a measure of just accounting for cheats. Delivered the good news to the brittle servitor. You successfully petitioned for its sentence to be reduced, but it has not been pardoned entirely. Brittle servitor, is the servitor free now? Obsessing spark stands wildly around its ankles. You tell a servitor that its sentence is commuted. It will no longer have to change utterly in order to escape. It can even remain a servitor rather than descending into something lesser. But sacrifices must still be made before Peronsi will lose its grip. This cannot be. This being cannot change. The lesser being will find another way. Those servicers porcelain mask is utterly impassive. Convince the servitor to change itself. Change can be healthy, even for a member of its kind. You will not be its scapegoat. Skip former out, can someone escape Peronsi without changing at all? Doesn't feel like it, but... Former seems to be patiently waiting for you to finish your business. It still has to change. How we do that is a good question. Okay, no harm in that. determine that indeed. So... Alright, well, let's try to convince it to change. Change can be healthy, even for a member of its kind. You will not be its scapegoat. We tried it now to convince it, although we only have a 64% chance, so Godspeed. Oh, wow. Actually succeeded. A thoughtful pause. The lesser being misunderstands me. The servitor's hollow monotone somehow manages to convey impatience. I cannot change. It pauses. Or at least, I had not thought so. Perhaps I can try. Perhaps that is allowed. Change on its behalf or convince it to change. It's the only way it can escape. Well, I'm just convincing it to exchange, so... Gain some sky soaries. Not quite smile. Oh no, the follower again. Do not want to look back. The conformer doesn't turn her head. She tells you that, in hope of escape, some of the prisoners change into creatures of absurd size and hideous visage. They crawl through the changing tunnels, warping their features and hollowing out the warm parts of their brains until they become monsters. But many were monsters to begin with, and so they still have not changed enough to escape. Don't look back, don't look back. We don't look back because that sounds like a bad idea. Alright, gallant reformer. We'll just do a little bit more of them again. All the sound of the flute. Eager for a story. Alright, tell her a story once more. Your bond with the flutist has strengthened. Flutist. Turn to the reformer. Shall we begin? Yes, we can. Dialogues with that, and we can do another cautionary tale. To rapport with the reformer. We can't do that because we'd still need a bit more, but that's alright. Again, something following us. The reformer doesn't turn his head. He tells you that, in hope of escape, some of the prisoners change for the worse. Some crawl through the changing tunnels, warping their features and hollowing out the warm parts of their brains. In doing so, they become monsters, further from redemption than ever. Basically, they all have their own dialogue. Don't look back. Turn and leave. There's just that dialogue again. We have tea in here, this in here. Okay. Alright, Atlas, Pan, and that's where it shall be called. So I suppose we might as well see if there's anything along this route. Is this way around, or is this just a dead end of just massive fields? Let's find out! Find out indeed. And, okay, it's just ruins. Was this ruined edifice beautiful once? Or was it always so gloomy and unsettling? Ah, another library. They're guarded. I don't see no guards. That's, of course, obviously means that it's just me gonna be haunted by Scriveners, which, well, let's be fair, I already was being anyways. And that noise, I'll say, was the cavity launch noise, because I just wanted to see what it sounds like. Ah, yes! The perfect ship name. The best not to think about it. Whoever decided to board the best not to think about it is the bravest motherfuckers I could ever think of. Because, dear gods, you take one look and this engine is called, the best not to think about it. It's like, maybe not. Maybe not. No wonder it's a wreck. Well, goodbye, the best not to think about it. I will do my best not to think about it. What a find. What a find. It is. It's such a good name, just Finance Wreck, and it's like, I can see why they became a wreck. Beautiful. Oh, dear. Shady market for spices and vices. Well, we might as well try again. Hey, success again. The War of Midnight continues. That's jewelry box. It's Saloon Stew Gossip. Oh, right, I can take another chance at this. Okay. Might as well. Starting the sun's getting a bit low. Not sure how to feel about that. Probably not pleasant is the answer. Probably not an ideal thing. Failure, of course. Damn. Shortage of seeds. There's no lack of plant life out in the swamps, but you have no luck finding seeds worth collecting. The Ringbreakers shrug and get back to their games. Boo-hum. Boo-hum indeed. Alright, port. Was hoping to get the final one of those, but alas. Bargains. Oh, hey, look. Well, I'll be damned. Eyeglass is a thick, poisonous marsh that only bite the cancerous light of its sun. Still, the urchins at the port plant the seeds. One nicks a finger in the process. A drop of blood falls on the gray soil. A green shoot creeps up into the air. 230 mysteries, 250 experience, and we have a whole bunch of excess seeds now. Deeperlar's Marsa is a garden of beauty and poison. Braver traders visit to gather seeds for the market. Those that cannot be turned into spice or incest, they sell at cost. Alright, well, that works out. One last thing to do here. House of Silks. Yep, okay. That's what I've forgotten and realized that, well, yeah. I have actually met a fourth one. Mr. Pipes. Present the seal of Mr. Barleycorn to Mr. Pipes. This should get the master of the house's attention. A moment's silence. A serving girl takes the wax seal to her snoozing master and whispers something into its cloak. A moment passes and she returns, with a certain amount of trepidation. My master trusts that this is what you require. May it do you some good, or at least no harm. Seal of Mr. Pipes' quality is now 1. You can seal to Mr. Barleycorn in the House of the Rod and Chains. Yep, and there they are. Another master. Is it the Midnight Garden? What's your ambition this run again? My ambition is truth. Which, right now, I'm in a point where it's like, I have to align myself with one of the different factions of Pan, and I am missing one spot to hide a death for the Heartcatchers. So yeah, it's truth. That's the one I'm currently on right now, because I've never done it, and it's a story one. Never finished it, but read about it a ton. Yep, I will see in good time, because that's part of the reason why it is, like, I am curious what this truth is all about, and I want to do a story-based ambition this time around, unlike my Sunless Sea one, which I did wealth and accidentally lived. Just to do wealth. Attend another sea ceremony. The experience was quite something last time. 100 sovereigns. Yeah, nah. Turn to the market. Turn to the market. Alright, let's go to Pan. My voice is feeling it right now. On the plus side, I was able to finish the Accolade Seal and progress the Mr. Barleycorn quest, so that's nice. But yeah, I definitely intend to finish it. Obviously. Right, so Pan. I'm gonna find a place to hide a death, though. And I'm worried, I think the only other place to hide a death in here is in a wreck. And the wreck one is risky because it's a fails check. That can cost you 2 crew members. That thought terrifies me. Almost balked, but I managed. Sure as hell almost balked, though. Whew. Talk about cutting it close. The margins of the wall. Yep, that's partner heals. I don't have any poetry at the moment. Need to go back in zones to do that. But I might have to go back in zones to continue my ambition anyways. Unfortunate, but not overly surprising. Oh well. Most importantly, Pan. Just scoot on in. Oh yeah, it's the Hour of Trumpets again. Getting a lot of Hour of Trumpets, I've noticed. There are more hours. We've seen a little bit of them. Alright, port reports for money and mysteries. We'll just do that. Pan's historian. The king leans close in case of eavesdroppers among the trees. Once it is said, there is a great library where the sons kept records of their laws. But disaster struck, and the library was destroyed and strewn across the sky. Now its librarians seek its ruins and texts. We call them scry spinsters. The king reveals such information as they can translate from the fragments you have brought. Let's see here. As far as things for next time, we have bronzewood for Langley Hall, 3 bronzewood, and 5 souls. Okay. Okay then. That's a good, that'll be some good profit next time. Rasnaut, you go into the bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 indistinguished souls. And 1, 2, 3 bronzewood? Right? Right. 5 and 3. Yes, okay. 5 and 3. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. The captain's is the quarters for that. Gleaming Galley is a quarters for captains. And that requires Vales 45. Basically not much I can slot in. Tier supports pillars, yes, but that's pricey. And there's that one, which is all the deals, but I have a slight plan for things. But okay. With that, it has been 7 hours. It is almost 4 in the morning. I should call it here. My voice feels it. But we made excellent progress. We have explored pretty much all the ports I can remember in Eleutheria. We have made a lot of progress. Yep, and hello Archaeo. Always good to see you. EG indeed. EG indeed. And all in all, that was very solid progress. Exploration, quest lines, and all that business. We still have stuff we need to do in Pan, but I'm not sure if we can do it in Pan at the moment. But we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. And that, thank you all so much. Thank you once again, J Chili, for the raid, and for both the resubscription and the gift sub from earlier. All that was so greatly appreciated, as it always is. And as well to all the other people who subscribe, watch, follow, just anything that you do for me. I appreciate it so greatly. Even if you're not a subscriber or anything, which I'm definitely appreciative of you all, without a doubt. You help keep food coming towards me. But even if you're just following, I also appreciate y'all greatly, because you all make this worth doing. And I'm just happy to be of interest in folks, of being watched and just chatted with and all that business. It's a good feeling. And I thank y'all so greatly. Thank you, Cybershaw, for being around as well and conversing. As I'm saying, I definitely greatly appreciate it. Alright, next stream, Tuesday, which shall be for sure Final Fantasy X HD Remaster, where I will continue to just farm up stats for our characters, so that we can actually take on Dark Ions. And potentially armor-related stuff and but basically, farming and prep work, and we'll see where things go from there. After that is my guaranteed stream days of Thursday, Saturday, and next Sunday. Whether they will be on normal schedule of Troubleshooter, Doom Eternal, and Sunless Skies, we shall see, because it depends on if I really... It'll depend on Darktide. It might be Darktide. There might be some Darktide streams instead. Because, I've been a bit eager to play Darktide, so that might end up being the case. Since this kind of has an early launch thing happening for pre-order stuff, so... But we'll see when the time comes about. Well, only we'll know and only I'll know at the moment of my... will I pull the trigger on this or not, so we'll see. But until then, whenever I next see you stream-wise or whenever, I hope y'all have a good time, a good day, a good everything. And I hope that all manner of thing remains well for you all. And that, until next we meet, I hope you continue to spread joy and kindness wherever y'all can, for it is the least we can do with the power that we are capable of doing. But yeah, take care, thank y'all once again, cheers, have a good one y'all. See y'all next time, folks.